as we're at 6 o'clock on this scheduled meeting. This meeting is convened by electronic means, and as such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. For council members participating by electronic means, please ensure your video is turned on. Do we have any councillors on? Everybody's here in chambers? Okay, thanks.
Point of privilege there?
Councillor Weave is not.
I'm on my way to chambers.
Okay, you do have to have your videos on to participate remotely.
I realize that, so I
you.
just wanted to let you know I am on my way, but I will be listening so I can vote.
Thank you. Members of the public can view the proceedings via live stream and YouTube link, which will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. Of course, as always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity as we strive to become a true city of reconciliation. Also want to thank staff for all their great work here at the city and all the hard work that you do. And with that, clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young. Not here.
Present.
Oh, okay. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Before we begin the proceedings tonight, we're very fortunate to be joined in person by representatives from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. We're working as cultural liaisons for the Heather Lands project and would like to provide a welcoming land acknowledgement. So in the following order, I have our Charlene Grant from Musqueam. And if you could come up to the podium, and we'd be honored to hear a few words from you. Where the red light is there. Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Each while, anta sasankin tanat kumusqueam. My name is Charlene Grant. I'm the cultural liaison from Musqueam. I'd like to thank you all to the unceded territory of the Musqueam people that we share along with our relatives, the Squamish and the Tsleil-Waututh. Haichka.
Thank you so much. We have next Adrian Charlie from Squamish.
Pasquale Eof Tanoia, Skalatanat, Queen Quishaman, Adrian Queensna, Tinachin Tlach, Hamaltiston, Ochomeo, An Hotden Squallen, Quistlak Nomo Tits, An Hotden Squallen, Nemeth to Hot Zits up to House, Ochomeo. Hi, my name is Adrian Charlie. I'm the Squamish liaison for Squamish Nation, and I come from the village of Capilano. And on behalf of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, I would like to welcome you to the meeting tonight.
Thank you so much. And just before I call a representative from Tsleil-Waututh, the clerks have informed me that we're not broadcasting, so we are just going to have to wait for a second so we can get the live stream going. Just 1 second, please. Sorry, we just live stream and the live stream feed's not working at the moment, so we're just going to get that corrected and we'll come right back to you. Thank you. So the clerks have just informed me that it may be a few minutes, so if we want to take a, say, 5-minute break, we'll come back as soon as we're streaming live. Thank you. Gee. So Dennis Thomas, great. Thank you so much. Let's turn on your mic there.
Each while, Mastel Heights, Apka, CM, meets up Quilum, Musquim, East Cohomish, East Lewiteth, Tamoch, Wanok, Quanasqui, Talitzin at Slewiteth, Mastel, I, Quanasquelo, and Squanzi, Quitsnala. In translation, I just wanted to say good day to each and every one of you. Thank you for this opportunity to share space together, and welcome to the traditional lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Wanak is my ancestral name, and I come from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. My English name is Dennis Thomas, and it gives me good feelings inside to be in person, but also to really show our spirit of what we're going to be presenting to you today. It includes our ways of being and doing, our epistemologies, our worldviews, in which we're going to have a chance to speak about this today. But before I go, we're going to open this stuff in a meaningful way to really ground us in the conversations that we're going to have in the dialogue that will unfold as we show case our collective MST culture, values, and knowledge systems in this project. We're going to start off in a beautiful way with relatives from Squamish to open up with a song. OCM.
At Squile, Scramata, Queen Kashaman, Kilana, Queen Snat, Nachantha, Skohotmish, A, Homasquim, A, Stalo, Tert, or Ochomeo. Hi, my name is Kaylana Charlie. My traditional name is Squamathal, and I come from Squamish, Musqueam, and Stalo. And I'm going to be singing a song. Catalana CM Stomesh Ochamil in Chama Hail Sama a Santa Snow Catalana CM Skomesh Ochamil in Chama Hail Sama a Santa Snow
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. That song, the words in the song talk about one of our hereditary chiefs, Hatsalano Siam, and it talks about us pulling together in a canoe, and that's one of the things that we would like to start off with, welcoming you. We're all working together to get to a spot of redevelopment in Vancouver, not only the city of reconciliation, but to see reconciliation as well. And one thing that we do is we mentor our young ones. This is my daughter and this is my aunt. So you see, we've got 3 generations of Squamish women here. And a lot of the time, that's where the work gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Wayne Sparrow of Musqueam Indian Bands here this evening, and just wondering if you'd like to provide any opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Wayne Sparrow. I'm elected Chief of Musqueam First Nation. My traditional name is Yakalak. I want to start off by acknowledging my niece, sitting there and listening to her sing shows that our culture and our teachings are still alive. And I want to acknowledge, with our young children, to be able to pass on those songs and those teachings. So my hands are up to her and my cousins from Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh. I just wanted to make sure that I was available today to make sure that we came and spoke similar, what I said the last time in front of mayor and council. Our relationship and our partnership means the world to our community in Musqueam. Having the opportunity to now see some of the fruit that's hanging there that can help us, in our communities. We're struggling so bad with drug and alcohol problems, overcrowded housing, elders that need, and it's been a long fight for our elders and our community for a long time. And our past leaders have left us. They set the groundwork for us to be able to come in front of you, be able to work and walk side by side with you to try to solve some of these problems that we have here in the city with the housing issues and social housing and affordable housing that we keep seeing on the news every day. And to help be able to accomplish that goal by then also bringing some revenue to our community to help pay for those programs. And I want to acknowledge each and every one of you. I've said it numerous times in public statements that the city of Vancouver, they don't talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I have utmost respect for each and every one of you for following that since I've been involved, and I cherish it. I also want to acknowledge your staff, everybody in our community. Since we signed our agreement with the city, the staff, your guys' staff here has been the most respectful, hardworking ones that have worked along with our staff. So it wouldn't be proper without me acknowledging all the hard work that they've done on our behalf. I also want to thank Shar, working from our side on these projects, puts in a lot of hard work and hours to move along, and David and Brendan for all the work that they're doing. It's a long time coming. Our community, when we got these properties back, a lot of them are uneducated about how long these projects take, especially major developments like this. They thought that the benefits would be coming immediately, and they're 10, 15, 20 years out. And to educate our community like that. I just want to close. I came today earlier, and I was at the Invictus Games announcements today with the Premier and the Prime Minister talking about that. And I said in the opening comments that games and sports bring us together, our culture and our teachings. And we were divided as a family, and 2010 brought us together and got us to where we are today by putting our differences aside and working together for the benefit of each and every one of us. And I mentioned that at the Victus Games again today. But we still have a lot of work. And I want to close by this weekend we had a youth soccer tournament in Musqueam, and all of our families here were participating. And I know that we have a lot of hard work going ahead. I had a phone call on Sunday night after the tournament from the chief of Shalis First Nation. And he was really upset and he talked about the disrespect. And he was playing poker at our casino, spent the way. He beats this guy in the hand The guy stands up and says, go back to residential school and die. One of our chiefs. So, you know, that's a work like that we have to do collectively. It's still out there. It's still happening today. And, you know, he just phoned me because it's on our community, and, you know, passed that story on to me. And I don't think that we're going to get past those things until we have the leadership of each and every one of you that we can walk that path. And, you know, we have those individuals out there, but like I said before, it's the respect and the leadership that you guys have here. And I look forward to doing and working along with you to solve not just your problems, our problems, and we can do it together. There's going to be issues that are not going to be agreed to, but if we work together, we'll get more accomplished than not accomplished. So once again, on behalf of my community, Haichka, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I also have a note here that Councillor Wilson-Williams from Squamish can't be here today, but we have Anna Wanek.
Cool. On Hoth and Squalwyn, Quisclake, Quichnomi, Tanoyop, and NCII to Squal's to Seats. I'm really glad to see all of you here tonight. All of you, my friends, I'll call you. Sequalia, Quishaman Sna. Sequalia is my ancestral name, and my knowledge, all of you. My preferred name that I go by, Ann Wanek Queensna. Ann Wanek is my other name that's on my status card in BC-ID. And I guess if you had a Vancouver ID, that would be on there too. No. And I just raised my hands to all of you because MST came about in 2014. We were talking about it with the counselor over here and how long we've had to wait to come back to our lands that have historically been ours since time immemorial, and being able to work with the city to create a vision of being able to create a village within a city that benefits both our communities as well as the community at large outside of our communities, and be able to, I say, we claim back our lands because my great-grandfather, my daughter, niece, my granddaughter, my great-grandfather was Chenaltz at Jericho Charlie, and he lived at Iamoch and had his longhouse there. And when they created reserves, he was moved to Sinauk. And later on in time, the priest named him Jericho Charlie. And then the city thought they should name Iamoch after someone who had lived there. And you all know it as Jericho Beach. And we're descendants of who it was named after. These lands that are here, when you look at the vision of what's going to be created with the cultural center, and I was sharing with the team, taking our longhouses from being like this, long and stretched out, and moving them to be like this, and being able to house not only hopefully some of our members from our 3 nations, but the majority of it will be workforce of Vancouver, city of Vancouver, who will live there. And be always doing as our elders said, chen stwite, standing and working together to support one another. And, you know, we're moving forward in a good way, and then being able to have that green space and the interpretive trails that go throughout it, as well as the amenities that'll be created for the surrounding neighborhood besides the development. And being able to see something worthwhile, as my niece said, reconciliation. And being able to know that, you know, we're taking something that the priests and government used, which was the RCMP, who took our children and incarcerated them in residential schools. As we celebrate and honor the 215 children that were discovered in Kamloops and the other thousands that were found at other schools across the country, we look at being able to take something that has created hardship for our people and our communities with that incarceration in residential schools, because there's the RCMP building there, and being able to move it towards really beautiful housing for those who will enjoy it in the present and into the future. And eventually all three of our nations will be owning these lands and whatever's done on them in perpetuity once we're able to move into that good place. And being here tonight and being able to say that again, Chen Chen Dwight standing and working together to support one another, just as we are. It's good to see you again, Mayor. Saw you at the announcement of the Olympic 2030 Olympic bid. And so it's good to see you again. And, you know, how we come together and all the good work that's being done and what we can do, and having that collaboration and removing that racism and discrimination that's there. Educating people with the cultural center that'll be there, because people need to understand you can't, attempts have been made for how long to make us invisible on our lands. How many people have lived at Jericho and not known where the name came from? And it's about making ourselves visible again and working with the city and all those and creating something so positive as we move. And it's having the sight and vision of an eagle looking ahead, seeing far, and saying, this is what we can do together. So those are my words that I'd like to share with you, and just say I'm grateful to all of you for having us and allowing us to share tonight, and also listen to the presentations your team may have. So my hands are up to you, saying Chen Quinman Tomi up. I'm grateful and thankful to all of you.
Thank you so much. And Councillor Dennis Thomas, yes, do you want to? Yes, switching hats.
Yes, I'm filling in here for Chief Jen Thomas. I'm Councillor Dennis Thomas, and I'm about to finish my first term out of being an elected leader for my community, and I've had just so much utmost respect for my fellow relatives from Musqueam and Squamish. You know, I was there when the creation of MST Development Corporation was, thought of as an idea, and I was a part of the Olympic run in 2010. But really, what has excited me, not only being the cultural liaison, but also being an elected figure for my community, is if you look at our economies pre-contact, they were robust, complex, but yet sophisticated. It helped us survive for thousands of years with intricate trail systems, canoe paths. That was new technology for us. The different types of canoes we can make and build to help feed for our own community. Fast forward 175 years, we're doing it with larger developments that we're keeping in perpetuity forever. We're not your typical developer. We buy it, our traditional lands, build it, and keep it for the next generations. That's what's unique here. And that is what's paramount. And it's rebuilding our economy because we were left out of it. Literally, we were left out of it. And so that's what really excites me as a leader, but also to be part of this team, is that our economies are about to begin. Our business ecosystems are about to thrive. We have young members thinking about in grade 10, 11, and 12 what they want to do. Well, if you look at one of these projects, there's hundreds of careers. And one day, I would love to have one of these developments built 80 to 90, 100% by our Indigenous peoples, our members, our urban Indigenous population here as well. That's the true circle of life, regenerative economy, coming full circle. And with collaborations and partnerships and support with the mayor and the council members, which I've began to start to see you guys more frequently, but also the staff as well have been really paramount. So thank you all for being and paddling on this journey. Our canoe is very large. We have the 3 nations, we have our staff, we have our MST, DC staff, we have our consultants. Most importantly, we have the support of our community, our members, our elders, our youth, and our kids and our adults. Their future will be bright and will continue to be bright. OCM, thank you.
Thank you very much for those powerful words. Very much appreciated to open this meeting. And I got to say, our public hearings aren't usually as special as this one. So I have to say thank you so much for that. I am now going to resume our regular business. We do have laws under the charter that we follow, so it will be a bit formal from here on in. But again, thank you very much for your words and your acknowledgement and opening. So back to my script, which is way more boring. The public may participate by speaking over the phone, submitting written comments to council, or speaking in person. Speakers in the public will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. Speakers should also state whether they support or oppose the recommendations. Let's see. So I'm just going to move just to finalize this before we move to the reading of the application. Just want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. And just to remind council, when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Our role here tonight is to be a quasi-judicial body, which means council is only to consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. We can ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but we should save debate until after the close of the speakers list, after which we'll either approve the application, refuse the application, or refer it back to staff for more consideration. Finally, if we don't conclude tonight, we would reconvene Wednesday, May 31st at 6 p.m. So I'm going to ask the clerks to read the application.
This is an application by Dialogue designed to rezone 4949-5255 Heather Street and 657-707 West 37th Avenue from CD-152A and CD-180 Comprehensive Development District to 2 new CD1 districts to allow for a multi-phased mixed-use development containing approximately 540 units of social housing, 400 units of market rental housing with 25% of the floor area at below market rent rates, and 1,670 leasehold strata title units, all in buildings ranging in height from 3 to 28 stories. In addition, the proposal includes a 74-space childcare facility, 4.4 acres of park and public open space, commercial space including office use, a cultural center, and a site for a Conseil Scholar Francophone French language school and associated childcare facility. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 3 pieces of correspondence in support, 8 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 3 pieces of correspondence addressing other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thanks, clerks. At this point, I'm going to ask any councilors to declare a conflict of interest if you have them on this item. See any? Okay, thanks so much. The reminder to council, we've received 2 yellow memos related to this item. Both memos are dated May 20th. One was for information only, and the other requests action of council. Anybody who wants to speak to this that's not in the chambers can always call in 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 pound. be closed before the close of the speakers list. And we have Teresa O'Donnell, the General Manager of Planning and Urban Design. But we don't? Yes, okay. Yes, there she is. Okay, excellent. Great. So, great. Go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, good evening. My name's Kirsten Robinson. I'm a senior planner with Major Projects Group. Before starting, I'd like to thank the cultural liaisons and everyone who has spoken before me for their welcome and acknowledgement that we are living and working on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. This public hearing represents a significant milestone in not only the planning of these lands, but also in our collective efforts towards reconciliation. The rezoning proposal before you aims to reflect our government-to-government relationship envisioning the future of these lands. I'm here today with representatives from the staff technical team to present the Heatherlands rezoning application. I'll provide a brief staff presentation before handing over to the MST Nations and the landowner team to present their application. The Heatherlands site is a 21-acre site located between 33rd Avenue and 37th Avenue, west of Canby Street along Heather, as shown in red on this map. The lands are co-owned by the Canada Lands Company, a non-agent crown corporation of the Government of Canada, and the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, collectively the MST nations, represented by the MST Development Corp. The Heatherlands are located within the traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Traditionally, the area near the Heatherlands was used for hunting and gathering. Historic trails cross the peninsula, connecting local villages and beyond. This map was created as part of the site's archaeological assessment, which was completed in 2021. Today, the site is zoned CD1, primarily for office, institutional, and other uses required by the RCMP. The Heatherlands, located at the center of the map, is within the Canby Corridor Plan area and is near two other major redevelopment sites, Oak Ridge Center and the Oak Ridge Transit Center site. The site is located between two significant green spaces, Queen Elizabeth Park to the east and Oak Meadows and Van Dusen Botanical Gardens to the west. Eric Hamber Secondary School. The site is to the west, and two French schools, Jules Verne Secondary and Rose Devant Elementary, are located south of the site. BC Women's and Children's Hospital is to the north. The site is located midway between two Canada Line rapid transit stations. In 2018, Council approved the Canby Corridor Plan, which provides future context for the Heatherlands. The Heatherlands and Oak Ridge Municipal Town Centre, the MTC, to the south have been planned to be carefully integrated with complementary building forms, public realm considerations, movement patterns, and desired public benefits. Approved in 2018, the Heatherlands policy statement envisions a unique new neighborhood that is inspired by Indigenous values and traditions rooted in the land and connected to the surrounding community and context. The concept is based around a forest trail reflecting the traditional use of the land, connecting north-south through the site, establishing the park and open space network and preserving significant mature trees. Existing streets extend into the site, strengthening connections to the surrounding neighborhood. Heather Street acts as the spine of the site. The bikeway will be redesigned with the southern portion closed to vehicles, creating a highly public edge to the new park while ensuring that the bikeway remains direct and continuous. The concept includes a new neighborhood heart, which includes shop services and places to gather to serve the new residents and the surrounding community. The plan includes a mix of building types, with lower buildings framing the parks and open spaces and mid-rise buildings framing the streets. Taller elements are located near the center of the site, marking the forest trail. In 2014, the City of Vancouver adopted a framework for and designated Vancouver as a city of reconciliation. When approved in 2018, the Heatherlands policy statement represented a significant step for the MST Nations, Canada Lands Company, and the City of Vancouver in advancing our shared objectives towards reconciliation. The policy statement included 4 key policy directions used to guide review of the rezoning application. These directions form the basis for decision-making that reflects a government-to-government relationship between the MST Nations and the city, supporting removal of the Fairmont building, supporting MST ownership of the lands and public amenities in perpetuity, and informing minor decisions related to, for example, how rainwater is managed on the site. Following approval of the Heatherlands policy statement in 2018, Adjustments have been made in response to council direction and emerging priorities. In response to the 2019 issues report, an additional 153,000 square feet of secured market rental housing is included in the rezoning application. This includes 25% of the floor area at below market rents. The application also includes an additional 69,000 square feet of office and employment space in response to emerging directions from the Employment Lands and Economy Review, which was initiated in 2019. These changes, plus a modest increase in social housing, result in an additional 8.9% increase in floor area beyond the approved Heatherlands policy statement. The Heatherlands rezoning application includes approximately 2.5 million square feet of development. The application includes approximately 2.4 million square feet of residential uses to support a mix of housing tenures, including social housing, secured market rental housing, and leasehold strata, and approximately 125,000 square feet of floor area for local serving retail and office space. A package of amenities to support the new neighborhood includes 4.4 acres of new parks and public open spaces, a 22,000 square foot MST cultural center, and a 74 space childcare facility. The application also includes a site for a new public French language elementary school operated by the CSF. This diagram, looking to the southwest, illustrates the proposed building forms and mix of uses. The tallest buildings at 25 and 28 stories are located at the center of the plan. Buildings located in the southern portion of the site, at the top of the image, range from 16 to 24 stories. This group of buildings relates to taller buildings in the Canby plan located between the Heatherlands and the Oak Ridge Center redevelopment. Mid-rise buildings up to 15 stories are along the western edge of the site, with 6-story podiums framing streets and open space. Buildings step down to the north end of the site following the site's topography, with a 15-story building along 33rd and a prominently located 3-story MST cultural center. Oh, missed some. On this image, brown indicates the location of social housing, orange is rental housing, including the below market units, and yellow is leasehold strata. The neighborhood heart is at the north end of the plan, and it includes retail uses in red, office uses in pink, the child care center in cyan, and the MST cultural center in purple. The CSF and associated child care is shown in blue. The rezoning proposal includes approximately 2,600 residential units. The social housing, shown in brown, represents 19% of the residential floor area, or approximately 540 units. This is slightly less than the 20% required in the Heatherlands policy statement. However, this is simply a result of the additional rental floor area added through the 2019 issues report. 16% of the residential floor area, or approximately 400 units, is provided for secured rental housing, and it's shown in orange. Of this, at least 25% of the floor area, or equivalent to approximately 100 units, will be secured as below market rental housing targeted to households with moderate incomes. The remaining residential floor area in yellow is proposed to be leasehold strata. This 1.5 million square feet represents approximately 1,670 units, or 65% of the residential floor area. As a measure of reconciliation and consistent with the Heatherlands policy statement, the social housing will be owned by a not-for-profit organization created by the MST nations, rather than being deeded to the city as per standard practice. The project will include approximately 540 units of social housing, of which 70% of the units will be secured for households making at or below the BC housing income limits, and will be rent geared to income, which means that tenants will pay no more than 30% of their household income on rent. 30% of the units will be rented at affordable rental market. 30% of the units will be rented at affordable market rents, or what we call low end of market, and 50% of the units will be designed for families with children. This level of affordability, with 70% of the units below hills, significantly exceeds the city's base definition of social housing. In addition, there will be 400 units of secured market rental housing, of which 100 units will be below market rental. The below market rents will be set at 25% discount to the CMHC citywide average rents, and the affordability will be maintained in perpetuity. The Housing Vancouver strategy was approved in November 2017 and seeks to shift the supply of new homes towards the right supply, with targets for new units along a continuum of housing types. 940 units of social housing, below market, and market rental housing on the Heatherlands site represents a significant contribution towards these targets. The proposal includes approximately 125,000 square feet of commercial floor area, including a minimum of 62,000 square feet of office space. The mix of commercial uses in it is intended to provide shops and services required for the new population and to provide job space. A new 74-space childcare center is located on the podium level of the commercial uses. The MST Nations will retain ownership of the childcare facility, and it will be operated by a nonprofit childcare provider selected by the owner. The proposal includes a self-determined MST Cultural Center with a minimum floor area of 22,000 square feet. The MST Cultural Center is intended to be a signature building prominently located at the north end of the plan. The building will be owned and operated by the MST Nations for the practice and sharing of culture, values, and traditions. Consistent with the Heatherlands policy statement, the Cultural Center is a commercial enterprise for the MST Nations, with programming and a community use agreement, which will be determined at the development permit stage. Rezoning application includes 4.4 acres of parks and public open space, which exceeds the requirements set out in the Heatherlands policy statement. The park and open space network is comprised of the Southern Park, the Northern Park, and the Cultural Center Plaza. The application also proposes character areas, including a retail passage, a meeting point at the highest point on the lands, and the closure of a portion of Heather Street adjacent to the new park. One of the larger site planning moves is to create an ecological connection east-west through the site along 35th Avenue. The pollinator corridor is intended to connect significant ecological spaces at Van Dusen Botanical Gardens, Oak Meadows Park, and Queen Elizabeth Park. The corridor provides an additional 5 meters on either side of the street and will be richly planted to support birds, bees, and rewilding objectives. As a measure of reconciliation and consistent with the Heatherlands policy statement, ownership of the parkland will remain with the MST Nations. The Southern Park will be co-managed by the Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation and the MST Nations through an intergovernmental working group. Agreements to secure public access and long-term use of the public spaces are included in Appendix C. The Heatherlands site is envisioned to be welcoming and well integrated into the broader neighborhood. The forest trail connects the cultural center and the neighborhood heart to destinations beyond the site. The retail passage invites pedestrians into the retail center. New dedicated public streets will connect to existing streets by extending Bailey, Manson, and 35th Avenue into and through the site. A new commercial street is created for which there's a naming opportunity to reinforce the MST presence on the land. Portion of the Heatherlands Bikeway is going to be closed to vehicles to enhance the cycling experience and discourage the use of vehicles within the area. The section of Heather Street that will be closed will be designed as an extension of the Southern Park. It is proposed to include pedestrian and cycling pathways and to create an opportunity for rainwater management. As outlined in the Heatherlands policy statement, the application includes a 1-acre site for a new CSF elementary school. The school will replace the aging Rose Devance Elementary, currently located directly south of the site. The new school will include classrooms for kindergartens through to grade 6, and a childcare facility is anticipated on the 4th floor of the school to be operated by the CSF. The school site is a commercial lease between the CSF and the MST Nations. In addition to the 1-acre site, the CSF have acquired 2 single-family lots, which will provide additional outdoor play space for the school. To allow for a direct connection between the school and the play area, the existing lane is proposed to be reoriented to connect to Willow Street rather than 37th Avenue. This adjustment requires council decision through a road closure report. In 2019, council approved 6 big moves to guide the city's efforts in response to the climate emergency, followed in 2020 with 19 actions to support the big moves. The Heatherlands, given its location within the city, proximity to transit infrastructure, proposed mix of land uses, and design of the master plan substantially address big moves number 1 and number 2. Big moves number 2 through 5 are addressed primarily through rezoning conditions contained in Appendix C and D. And big move 6, which is restored coasts and forests, is a long-term direction to reduce carbon pollution. The heatherlands at the headwaters of the watershed propose to retain and treat rainwater on site, protecting sensitive receiving water bodies, and retention of trees and the proposed ultimate vegetative cover of 50% can work to absorb carbon locally. This application has opted to satisfy the green buildings policy under the low emission green buildings requirements. On phased projects, the requirement applies at time of development permit to ensure that buildings meet the highest environmental standards at the time of building design. On sites over 2 acres, applicants must demonstrate leadership in 8 different areas. The conditions included in Appendix C and D ensure that these requirements are met at the time of detailed design. The heatherlands is planned to be constructed over approximately 15 years. Development is anticipated to start in the southeast corner of the site, moving west, as shown in blue, and then northward, as shown in green. There are public amenities to be delivered within each of the 5 phases as listed on the table. The CSF school can be delivered at any time as indicated by the X. The Fairmont building is listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register in the A evaluation category for its architectural value as an outstanding example of Tudor revival style and its association with the architect Samuel McClure. The past 100 years or more represented an extremely difficult era for the First Nations and Indigenous people in Vancouver and Canada, when customs and culture were oppressed and Indigenous people were shifted off of their traditional lands. Throughout this area, Indigenous people have had a challenging relationship with the RCMP, whose role was to enforce the Indian Act and other discriminatory laws. The required retention of the Fairmont building is seen by the MST nations as a continued imposition of colonial values. After careful consideration of the MST nations' request for removal of the building during the policy planning phase, which happened in 2016 to 2018, staff reviewed the financial feasibility to repurpose the building, and we received feedback at open houses and through the Fairmont dialogue session. As a result of that, staff acknowledged that the required retention of the Fairmont building on the site is contrary to the spirit and intent of reconciliation. Based on this acknowledgement, the Heatherlands policy statement, which was approved by Council in 2018, does not require retention of the Fairmont building on the site. The policy supports replacement of the Fairmont building with a new MST Cultural Center designed to embody Indigenous values. This direction was in line with heritage policies in place in 2018, which are designed to protect heritage structures. In this unique case, given the ownership of the lands, removal of the building, despite the financial feasibility, was supported. However, as part of the policy statement approval, Council directed staff to explore the feasibility of relocating the Fairmont building off-site as a potential opportunity to preserve the building. While it is physically feasible to relocate the building, staff were unable to identify a suitable receiver site within the 1.5 kilometers radius of the site. Sites beyond this distance increase in relocation costs with increased impact to traffic signals, trolleybus wires, etc. Staff explored the potential of nearby city lands, such as public parks, privately owned sites, including nearby redevelopment sites, and the potential acquisition of single-family lots. The estimated cost to move and upgrade the building is high. In 2017, the cost to move the building was anticipated to be $6 million, and the required building upgrades were previously estimated to be $41 million. Despite the Category A listing on the Vancouver Heritage Register, the Fairmont building is not protected. The rezoning application aligns with the approved Heatherlands policy statement, which does not require retention on site. However, current heritage policies adopted in 2020 would seek to retain the building through a rezoning. In the spirit of reconciliation, staff acknowledge this application is proceeding based on previous council approval to remove the building from the site. Further, the feasibility study to remove the building has confirmed that the cost to relocate the building, if a receiver site can be secured, is in excess of $47 million. The recommendations in this report reflect this and seek council endorsement to proceed with removal of the building in conjunction with construction of the proposed MST Cultural Center. Building on engagement through the policy statement process, during the rezoning phase, over 7,500 notification postcards were distributed. 1,372 people signed onto the project website to review the application, including an image of the proposed development. Staff received 376 correspondence in addition to meeting with members of the Riley Park South Canby Vision Implementation Committee, known as RPSC. Through the rezoning phase, staff continued to hear strong support for the future CSF school. There is ongoing general support for the proposed amenities, the mix of housing tenure and the level of affordability, and the creation of retail and job space, and the emphasis on active transportation. Staff have also heard comments of concern, many pertaining to the same topics as the areas of support. Some expressed concern about proposed building heights and density. Some feel that the amenities are insufficient to support the new population and that there isn't enough affordable housing. Others are concerned about the impacts of traffic and parking. There are also concerns about the loss of the Fairmont building. In response to this feedback, including feedback during the policy statement phase, the amenity package was enhanced with additional childcare spaces, additional 0.6 acres of parks and open space, a larger cultural center, and additional 400 units of rental housing. And to address concerns about traffic impacts and parking, conditions in Appendix C and D require upgrades to adjacent existing streets, including separated cycling facilities, intersection upgrades to facilitate traffic movement in the area. Consistent with the principles of reconciliation outlined in the Heatherlands policy statement, the MST nations intend to retain ownership of the lands in perpetuity and have therefore offered a package of in-kind amenities and a cash contribution. The proposed public benefits are highlighted on this slide. Real estate staff have reviewed the applicant's pro forma for this rezoning and have concluded that the CAC offered is appropriate considering the government-to-government relationship between the city and the nations, the proposed housing tenure, the scale of development, and the package of amenities, and recommend that the offer be accepted. Staff have assessed the application and conclude that it meets the intent of the Heatherlands policy statement and the objective of the 2019 issues report. If approved, the proposal would address multiple city priorities, including reconciliation, housing affordability, and the climate emergency. There is a yellow memo, which includes 2 replacement conditions to correct a reference error. This requires council action, and members from the staff team are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Is the applicant team here to speak?
It's me again. Before we get into this presentation, I just really wanted to have a little pre-context of really commending you, Mayor and staff, for the work that you have done, being the City of Reconciliations since 2008, actually implementing UNDRIP, that I've had the fortunate opportunity to sit with other colleagues on the actions and recommendations. That really speaks volumes when you think on a national scale or even international level. So I really wanted to raise my hands to each and every one of you for that amazing work that you have taken on. And ultimately, it allowed us as the host nations to really come together in unity and collaboration to really paint a beautiful canvas or carve an amazing canoe that all of us can sit and paddle together, Natsamat, one heart, one mind. The presentation that you're about to see or witness is the very first one that has been indigenized by the MST nations. It gives me chills when I saw this presentation because we're really offering an opportunity to look at it totally different, to look at it with the 94 calls to action, to look at it with the 46 articles of UNDRIP, to look at it with the collaborations and the partnerships that you have with each host nation. That is the critical aspect of this presentation. So I just wanted to say a few words before we get into the presentation. Thank you.
Amazing. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Brennan Cook. I'm with the MST Development Corp. MST Development Corporation is a corporation that is owned jointly and equally by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. The nations have reacquired these lands and will move forward with them as long-term lease, as the long-term guardians and caretakers of these lands. The MST nations are uniquely positioned to help Vancouver with some of the biggest problems that face the city right now, namely social housing, affordability, and the provision of workforce housing. This marks the first of many projects that MSTDC and the nations will be coming to this chamber with in the coming years. We're excited to share with you the thought process and the thinking that has gone on over the last 4 years that have developed a strategy to think about ways that things were done in the past, couple that with the successful ways that things are done with now to create real community building developments that are focused on resilience and balance and sustainability. We're excited to share with this with you today. And I'll introduce you to our partner, Canada Lands Company.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a real pleasure to be here this evening along with our MST partners and our applicant design team. My name is Elisa Campbell, and I'm here representing Canada Lands Company. Canada Lands is a self-financing federal crown corporation, and we specialize in real estate development and attractions management. It's a bit of a mouthful, but from a real estate and development perspective, what we do is we work to transform former federal government of Canada properties and reintegrate them into local communities in a way that reflects our fundamental values that align closely with those of the nations, and a commitment to sustainability, financial, social, economic, to livability and enjoyment, to resilience, inclusion, and to a deep and abiding respect for the cultures and stories of the First Nation, the Musqueam Indian Band, the Squamish Nation, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. CLC Canada Lands acquired the Heatherland site in October 2014 as part of the historic joint venture with the MST partnership. It was the first of its kind in Canada at that time. Since then, Canada Lands has worked as project manager side by side with MSTDC, with the MST communities, and have engaged with the City of Vancouver staff and team and with the local communities to establish a new vision and concept for the site. The participation of Charlene, Skelaltanat, Adrian, and Dennis as MST cultural liaisons and as core members of the project team you see in full force here tonight, it's been transformative for all of us as a whole team. And we are grateful for all of their contributions, as well as those of the many MST community members who participated and engaged with us. Engagement with local communities and the citywide public is also vital to Canada Land's goal to enrich the everyday lives of Canadians by embracing the potential of places and spaces. And engagement has been a really important aspect of all of our work on the Heatherlands redevelopment project. Our design team at Dialogue has worked hard to capture the input, the requirements, the directions, and translate them into an MST-infused neighborhood design that we're really proud of and we're delighted to be able to show you more of tonight. Dialogue is represented here tonight by Martin Nielsen, and along with Charlene, Adrian, and Dennis, he's going to walk you through with a particular focus on the cultural stories and values of the Heatherlands project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a distinct pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be part of this project, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Martin Nielsen. I'm a partner with Dialogue. We had the pleasure of leading the design process and the development of the Heatherlands rezoning project and the submission that you see in front of you today. From the design team, we have Christina Horta. She's up in the bleachers, and Tyler Thompson, our transportation consultant from Bunt, is here virtually for any questions. Kirsten's done an amazing job on the summarizing 500 plus pages of our submission. And so I really wanted just focus on high-level concepts and the concepts that make this community unique and I would say quite remarkable. We believe that the, it's not advancing. There we go. Okay, there's delay. We believe that the Heatherlands development is groundbreaking work that imprints and integrates the cultural values of the MST onto a new community here in Vancouver. Our cultural liaisons, who are a very important part of the design team and contributed to the design process, will help present our vision for the new community. It'll include our cultural interpretive plan, design directives, a review of the site plan, our character areas, and design guidelines, and then followed by a fly-through video. Our rezoning submission builds on the important work documented in the policy statement adopted in May 2018, and Adrian will start the process of walking through that vision.
Thank you, everybody. I'd just like to start off by saying that it's really great to be here and to present on this project that we've been working on for the past 3 years together. And the vision that we have as MST of our new village, and in Squamish we call it a house Ochomeo. And each of our representatives that we have here, Charlene and Dennis, myself, we visited with our communities and we spoke to the people. Dennis spoke about the project being backed by our family, our young ones, our elders. We had the thought and the mindset to involve each and every person that we had, and we even visited with the children in the schools. Because when you think about development, you think about our future. And with our future, I said it earlier, I brought my daughter with me. She does a lot of the work that I do. And when we have them in place and seeing what we're doing as a people, they can grow up to understand what this will be for our future, looking so bright. And within each of our communities, we had everybody represented, and they shared their stories, they shared the history, they shared our legends, they shared our culture. And with this, we were able to come up with our cultural interpretive plan. And that plan brought us to where we are. And our great design team, they sat and they listened to each and every person that spoke. And we had great graphic artists that were able to bring to life everything that every person had shared. And with this, we were able to present, the first part of our application and bringing it to light. And, we hope that everything that we have, and we have the same views and the same opportunities to make our cities sustainable. And you're going to see that in the upcoming slides. And I would just like to pass it on.
Yes, good evening. Charlene Grant, Cultural Liaison for Musqueam. With our cultural interpretive plan, we work with the water, the earth, the wind, the fire. Water is very strong and healing to my people and to a people of Indigenous values, where it's healing in the sense of cleansing. It's healing, and so somewhere where we would go take care of ourselves when our souls are hurt, and we need those values instilled back within us. We go to the water and we seek that help there. The earth, we take it, we use it. We use it upon our souls and our hearts. We call it our tumeth. Our tumeth is the red earth that protects our souls. It also protects our spiritual dancers within our community. The wind is Slewa. Sleiwa is the beginning of a new season. It carries the wind, it pollinates, it moves the water, it turns the rocks. So what's growing on the other side of the rocks relives. So we call that Sleiwa, we call it a new year. And fire brings not only to us warmth and comfort, but it also sends a message to our people that have gone before us, our leaders. This is how we send our message to the other side. We go to the fires, we pray, we believe that we can send our messages to our ancestors that have gone before us. Aichka, thank you.
All right. Okay, next slide. Thank you. So thanks to my relatives. You know, and I was really looking forward to actually speaking on this part, especially with the 4 elements. And that's what good things come in for our people. You know, we have the 4 cardinal directions, the 4 elements of life, and that really ties us to our indigenous laws. So I know that we're still in the imperial laws, but it's also amazing to see our indigenous laws. And sometimes when you think about the water, it's a sense of renewal, it's a sense of growth, it's a sense of us respecting the freshwater elements, the saltwater elements, and it trickles into this rezoning design directives, because here's another set of 4. And when you think about welcoming to all, we want to make sure that this new village modern site is welcoming. It's a place where you want to live, work, play, and learn while you walk onto this beautiful property. We're taught to know where we come from. That is something that is really embedded with our communities, is to know where you come from, to know your genealogy, to know your kinship, to know your family and relations, even with its MST. But also when you think about transcending that into a modern perspective, it's also getting to know your neighbors. It's getting to know the person on the 3rd floor compared to the 30th floor, creating these hubs of transfer of knowledge, of getting to know one another. Everything is connected. When you look at the overall site map, I often really transcend into what our village sites used to look like. We had sections for canoe making. We had sections for cedar making, basket weaving. We had sections for flora and fauna, and ethnobotany. We had sections for ceremony. We had sections for warmth and fire and caregiving. All of that was interconnected. One didn't thrive without the other. It was an ecosystem that was unique to that village site. And that's what everything's gonna be. When we go into the next couple slides, you're gonna see how everything is interconnected. When you look at being in touch with the light, whether that's again comes in 4s in the seasons, and to always make sure that we pay respect to those, and to make sure that you only, they're really almost like sacred in our laws. Is, you know, when there's fire, there's heat. That's transfer of knowledge. That's a special moment where oral history was alive, and very prominent. When you look at the stories, a lot of that happens in those community spaces, those amenity spaces, where it can be paired with daycare, childcare, but also there's elders within the place that they have a place to watch them play. That gives life. That provides an opportunity to share knowledge. That's it for my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis speaks about a community that is economically viable, environmentally responsible, and socially respectful. If we zoom in on the site plan, and this really shows the organization of the site and the relationships between various pieces, the terms of the road network, the layout of development parcels, building sites, relationships to open space, and also potential phasing of the site as well. The central organizing principle is the forest trail, which form part of the policy statement. The forest trail is framed around the retention of mature trees and that are on site already, and a weaving of open space throughout the plan. It starts at 33rd Avenue and the plaza of the Cultural Center at the north. It crosses 35th, which is our pollinator corridor, and flows into a generous public park, and then connects with Heather Street at 37th. The site is actually a high point in the region and actually drains towards two watersheds, the False Creek to the north and Fraser River to the south, with 35th as a delineating north-south ridge line. The site offers spectacular views to the Two Sisters to the north and Mount Baker to the southeast, both culturally very important landmarks. The 21-acre site is further organized into 6 distinct character areas or precincts, each offering a diverse and unique set of qualities and experiences, from tranquil spaces set among the trees to vibrant centers of activity. Dennis will start our walk through the site.
Thank you. This was that one image that I was referring to. But it's just a beautiful image. You know, it just makes you have a different way of thinking and a different way of perception of value of how everything is interconnected. And this is something that is so grounded within our Indigenous ways of being and doing and our worldviews. Not one aspect of this is thriving more than the other. This is a modern village type where you can see the drumbeat, heart, the spirit of this place is alive. And we gave that respect to the cultural center because our history is not forgotten. Our history is alive and well. And we really wanted to highlight that. And later on, I'm trying to give all of the secrets out, but a few more slides, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about the drumbeat. You can see that there's homes in the village, there's homes in the forest, or an area where they can try and connect to the open space and the greenery. We also have a meeting point welcoming to everyone, where it's a center point. You know, when you look traditionally, when we're holding our potlatches or ceremonies, there was a specific meeting point, and we're having the largest, you know, gathering or ceremony with the city of Vancouver. When you come to that meeting point, we also have a little section like that I was referring to earlier, the teaching. That's our transfer of knowledge. That's where our Indigenous pedagogy mixes with Western education systems of how to really see the two-eyed seeing approach of walking with history, but then walking in modernity. Thank you.
The trail through the forest, the runner connects the communities. What we have here within our Musqueam peoples, we have a runner. Back in the day, this runner would go from village to village to give messages of friends or foe. So within this, the trails that are guided through this development, it's been thought of as we are making connections to each portion of the surrounding areas that our vision of a runner would take from one point to another, and to share that knowledge and bring that knowledge forward. And that would be our Musqueam runner, that back in the day, he would leave from Musqueam and he would go to Sanok. He would go and leave a message to those people that would be visiting. He would tell them of the friends that are coming, or the foe that were coming to, I'll say it, they would come and steal our women. They would come to Musqueam and they would take our women. So our runners would go and they would tell the warriors, beware, they're coming after our ladies. Thank you. Off on the next one. Wow, let's go. And here we have a gathering and a welcome to our place. Within our communities, we have a hub. We call them either our longhouses or our community buildings, but it's a place to gather and meet. And we all come together on one place to either welcome, share, introduce our guests to our community. We have time for our elders if we have to gather and our children want to go and see, let's say, grandma, we would go to the welcome spot within our community. So within this, this ties to a place of welcome where we can all join together and make friends. Thank you.
Onto the drumbeat. The spirit of this place is alive. We specifically put this drumbeat facing north to implement and to really grasp the hold of what we do with Coast Salish canoes. I've had the fortunate opportunity to run Takai Tours canoe kayak business for the last 13 years. And I've been on some travel canoe journeys as well. And I know my relatives have been a part of those as well. The number one thing that you don't do is put the bow of the canoe facing away from the water, unless you want it to go to hibernate, to go to sleep until the next canoe season. This property, this project's always going to be alive. It will always be alive. So we intended to face the cultural center and replicate that as the front of the canoe that's facing the water. The spirit, the drumbeat of this village is alive. And this is the cultural context of this specific part. The next slide. As you can see, I did speak a little bit on this already, but there can be two ways of transfer of knowledge. You know, there's the indigenous pedagogy mixed with Western ways of knowing and being, which we're starting to see being more implemented within our public schools, which is amazing. It's really good to see and feel. There's also another transfer of knowledge where we think is so vital. Wherever we have our preschool and our young kids, you create those areas where adults and elders that can see those kids having fun and playing. It gives them a sense of renewal, more energy. And that's what's unique about this project is when you look throughout the amenities and green space, you're going to see those little nooks, those little areas where there's a fun area for the residents, but also the general public to come and experience having fun and communicating with their neighbors, which is also another form of transfer of knowledge because you're getting to know one another. You're getting to create a vibrant, cohesive, harmonious, holistic development that's out there. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about one of the other sections, the homes in the forest. Traditionally, our homes were hidden within the forests and our longhouses weren't seen from the water. And Dennis talked about positioning of our canoes. That was one thing that a lot of our communities worked with is we knew where all our communities were, we knew where our villages were, but to our, our people that were invading, or Charlene talked about that, this is a little bit of our history. So when you think about positioning, we've thought about the tranquility and the greenery that we're going to have, keeping a lot of our mature trees and things within the property, and bringing on a little bit of more with that, with the plantations that we have, and bringing our traditional knowledge of the medicines that grow within the area that would, our ecosystem works together with one another. And these plants will be for the community use to know, and also a part of the cultural center to bring the people, to let them know what traditionally what we did within our lands. The boardwalks, the pathways, and the seeding of the trees will give you that time and that space to be cool in the summer months, or also having that time to, Dennis talked about having the space to work, with your families and the people that are going to be living. The play features will try to be as natural as we can. You take a look at some of the play spaces around the city, and they're moving to more of a natural area. And I used to work at UBC, and we had one area that was just completely natural. There was no, metal in it at all. It was all trees and greenery, and the kids used their imagination. And that's one thing that we would like to see, that retreat and that cleanse with our homes in the forest. And here we have our homes in the village, and each of our sections. This will be the southern corner of the property. And we did a visit when we first started working as MST together within the lands, and we were on top of the roof of one of the buildings, and a lot of the talk was talking towards the North Shore, the mountains, their sisters. And I talked about the importance of the history and the knowledge that we have within our communities. And during the Great Flood, we had another mountain that was really important, which we call Huasac, which was known as Mount Baker. So when we were on top of the building, I was like, we were really looking to the north, to the North Shore. I was like, let's turn around and let's take a look at the Fraser River, because the Fraser River is also important to all three of our communities. And the fishing and everything there. So this, I was hoping, the buildings are a little bit there. The village is being able to share these stories of where the people are living, and the importance of our MST people. So when you take a look, when you're on that part of the community in that new village, you can look and you're able to see both sides, and we have the Salish Sea on one side and then the Fraser River, and those are all really instrumental to our people, to our travel, to our trade. And this is what we've been talking about, the economic development of our three communities together. And these were our travel routes that we used along the way. And the Heatherland's really nice because of the ridge that it's on. It connects to the Jericho Village. And that was one of our trails that we used, that Charlene talked about with the runners. So the importance of these communities, and they put a lot of thought into what we were moving into naming each of these communities together.
Thank you for that very inspired overview of our character areas and the distinct neighborhoods that is formed. With an understanding of the site and its context and the completion of our engagement work, we developed a series of design guidelines based on the outcomes of the cultural interpretive plan. The guidelines are an important part of the rezoning submission. And those guidelines include ideas such as the opportunity to communicate the cultural identity of the three MST nations, the ability to shape and sculpt building massings and open spaces to reflect forces of nature, such as the wind and water flows, and building facades as an opportunity to embed MST art and cultural themes and draw inspiration from nature. Our aspiration is that they will live on and shape the development of the site over time and permeate the experience of this neighborhood. Early on in the design process, Dennis asked us to reinvigorate the site and give it a spirit, and we hope we have done that in this design process. With that, we have our eagle-eye view of the site. It's about 3 minutes, and it gives you a really good overview of the massing and the shape and the courtyards and the position of all the buildings.
Thank you, Martin. And I'm going to provide a Coast Salish, one of our top hits, while you're watching the video, just to give a little extra background music. ha he la ha 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 he.
Well, thank you to Mayor and Council for allowing us to shake things up a little bit and go outside of protocol for a moment. I think it was worth it. And you can see this is a very different project that you haven't seen. I've never seen anything like this. And it's been a remarkable design process to work with our hosts for this project. And it's a pretty special thing. So I hope that came across. I really want to thank the city team, Kirsten in particular. Kirsten has lived this project, lived Heatherlands for at least 6 years. And she's been really, really amazing and a great kind of guide and shepherd for all of us in terms of policy and all the different departments. So thank you. I also wanted to thank Emma and Christina are up there, I think, and they tireless efforts pulling all these documents together and coordinating all of us. It's an incredibly complex process. And finally, thank you to the CLC MST team. It's been an absolute privilege.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I'm going to uphold the boring part of the proceedings here while I kind of proceed with the formal part of this this hearing. We have a number of questions from councilors, and of course, council at this point, you can ask questions to the staff or the applicants with up to 5 minutes. So I've got Councillor Dejanova on the queue first. Up to 5 minutes, Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. And I just want to, first of all, say thank you for that really wonderful presentation and the knowledge sharing. There was a lot of information there that, although I'm my second term on council and I do know a little bit about what's been going on with the Heatherlands, I learned a lot, and in reading the report as well. So I wanted to say that before I ask some questions. One of the questions, I was really happy to see a 74 space childcare on site, and I was hoping I could ask the applicant, and I'll let the applicant team decide who should or could answer this. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for 24-hour childcare. It's something that, or extended hours childcare for parents who are working outside of daytime hours, and also wondering if that would fit into, some of the other pieces that were mentioned in the teachings in the preschool, if that the intergenerational living opportunities, but also realizing that we don't have a lot of workforce housing and would assume that that would be something that may be needed. So I was wondering if any of those spaces of the 74 were envisioned for that.
Thank you. My name is David Negrin. I'm the CEO of MSTDC. I think that's a fantastic question. I think there's people who work all hours of the day. And so in speaking with some of our nation's people here, we'll take that absolutely into consideration. There's, in operations, there should be no difference in operations. If you're operating from 12 midnight till 8 in the morning or 8 till 12. So we'll absolutely take that into consideration. I'd just like to say, you see how the nations work and how open they are. And it's been a real joy, I can tell you that. And so, yes, we'll definitely take that into consideration.
And did you know we have policy coming forward on this? Council support it unanimously?
In 30 years in the business, I always know there's policy coming,
okay.
so it's very good.
All right.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
Thanks very much. I do have another question. I'm not sure who wants to answer it, but I was also wondering if there was any consideration for affordable home ownership within this project, and possibly even a partnership with BC Housing. And if not, why not?
I can say that we're in discussions with the provincial government, the federal government, and the city of Vancouver about workforce housing and all types of housings on First Nations land. And those discussions have been very fruitful and continue to go forward. And we're very, very open to create different types of housing for people to live in. One thing here that makes it possible is that our land costs are much lower than most land costs that are in the city. And so we'll definitely take that into consideration. I shouldn't say even take it into consideration. We're looking at it right now. I think workforce housing is really important for the city of Vancouver, for the nurses, for the first responders, for everybody that works. So absolutely, we're looking at that. And those discussions have been going on, and they continue to go on. And we really hope they'll take place.
And not to put you on the spot, David, but I will ask specifically about the BC Housing their AHOP, Affordable Home Ownership Program, where they assume the risk and also income test everyone and give the second mortgage. Is that a program you're looking at?
Yes, I've been in discussion with Shane Ramsey on that, and I think you know that Michael Flanagan has been brought into the equation too for the First Nations in dealing with these questions. So yes, we are looking at that. Yeah.
Thank you very much for answering that question. And I have another question just on the Fairmont building and wondering, understanding that you know, the Truth and Reconciliation and the reasons that were noted in the presentation for not wanting to have that preserved and retained on site. I'm wondering if there was a possibility or an opportunity or an organization wanted to move that, would the nations be open to that even? Would that be something that the nations are open to?
I'll answer that, but I'd like one of the nation's people to come up. You know, definitely, it's a very difficult topic. We all know what's happened in the last years here. And so I would, I'd answer this one very carefully. I think I'll let the nation speak about that. I'm not in the position to, but again, it's been a very difficult discussion when we started this project about keeping the building on site or having it moved.
And while I wait for them to come up, Mayor, could I move for a second round of questions just in case?
Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you. All in favor, yay.
But I have 30 seconds.
Okay.
Then you can come back.
Yeah, okay. Your question, if someone was willing to help pay and move for it and working with it, that is something that, one thing as an anthropologist, is important, our heritage, our culture, and the building of the city. And I know the importance of us, what it means to us for reconciliation, and what the police did to our people is really hard. But if there is that possibility of getting it moved, you know, not at our cost, definitely, we would definitely be willing to support that movement of the building. And I think that would be up to all three nations. But I think speaking to that, that would be a decision that we could come together with.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've got a few questions I'm going to go through quickly. And the first one I noticed, there's a significant number of market leasehold units, and I assume that the plan was carefully financially calibrated. So I just want to ask what I think are the obvious questions, but just to be clear, I'm assuming that sort of similar to UBC and for obvious reasons, it's the desire of the nations to retain ownership of the land, and that's why they are leasehold. Is that correct? And then while you're coming up, David, I guess the second question to that is, because that's not a common, outside of sort of the UBC Land Trust or other areas, it's not a common tenure. And so do you see that there is market demand for that?
Yes,
I'm assuming your plan is predicated on calibrated.
First of all, it took the nations over 100 years to get these lands back.
Right.
And when I started, Brenda and I started, we had one of our 5 sort of leading questions we had from the nations, and then came back to, well, these are ones you're going to have to answer. Number one is, don't ever lose our land, ever. So that land will be in perpetuity. And therefore, we've done a number of leases, talking about lease market. The number of projects we've worked with Sawillatooth, we've also worked heavily in Tawasin. We've seen the reduction in costs only about 5%. So therefore, from a market standpoint, from the nation's standpoint, they're running a business, and they wanted a successful business. This will be a successful business. But the reason it is leasehold is because the nations never want to lose this land. It's kept in perpetuity.
Right, and that was my assumption, but I just wanted to clarify that for the record. But then you do feel that there are going to be people that are going to be interested in taking up these?
We're sold out in our other projects, 100%.
Okay, then I mean that's just great here.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. My next question is with respect to the park, and I noted that staff noted there was conditions in Appendix C. And I just want to confirm that that is intended to be said that Park Board would help in managing that, but it would be fully open and accessible to the public, and in the public realm would be open?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. And in the designs, you had some beautiful renderings of trees, made everything feel very calm and serene. And I noticed there's language in the appendix around large-scale forest-dominant trees.
Correct.
And is that achievable? And when do you anticipate in the phasing of the project that the park space would kind of be built out and become available?
It's really difficult because of markets to determine when it comes, so it's tough for me to answer that question. The market right now we know is changing a little bit, but the park is an important aspect of our design, right? And so maybe I'll let the architect come up and answer a little bit of, answer that question in terms of the trees in the park. From the nation's point of view, we want this to be, you know, as you've heard, how important. The thought that went into the design of this project is something I've never seen in my 35 years of the business, which is really, it's just unbelievable, the amount of effort that the three nations put into this. So again, we want the large forests there. We want to retain the trees that are on the site. So that's extremely important to the First Nations.
Okay, if there's anything else to quickly add to that, that would be great. And then I do have some other questions. You don't have to add anything if you don't want to.
Well, just to say that there are significant trees already on site. So the forest trail has actually been sculpted around the best trees on the site. So it will feel robust on day one, but it is phased over 10 to 20 years. And the homes in the village will be the first phase, which is adjacent to the park. So it'll give it some texture.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. My next question, and this is sort of more of a, asking this in the spirit of education for me, and that is, given the incredibly rich vision around this project and sort of the desire for visibility on the lands, I'm curious about the perspective on a Francophone French school on an Indigenous project, because you talked about the importance of bringing in the educational aspect to that, and I'm just wondering if any of the nations would like to speak to what that means when it's sort of not necessarily supporting or fostering Indigenous language, but it is a Francophone school. So I'm
Yeah, and that was a difficult route on the path, difficult path forward for this rezoning. And at the end of the day, we listened to the neighborhood. You know, the neighborhood was very strong. People that had children in that neighborhood really wanted a Francophone school. We will be doing an Indigenous school up in Jericho. That's important too. You know, again, I look at it this way. There's equal opportunity for First Nations children to even go to this school, and that's what we want, some seats there that children can go and learn if they want, you know, in a Francophone school. It's open to the Indigenous communities, right? And that's something we'll negotiate. But it was, you know, I'll be honest, the first part when we started this rezoning, from the nation's point of view, is why is this a Francophone school, right? And the reason is because it was important to the neighborhood. And so the nations took that into consideration. But I would hope, and we'll continue to negotiate with the province of British Columbia, that Indigenous children will have opportunity to go to the school. It's extremely important.
okay. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thank you. So I guess this, oh.
One of the considerations you need to take into account is Vancouver is actually a large urban Indigenous population that includes Métis people and Inuit. And a lot of the Métis, I know some of them have their children in Francophone schools, and they're, you know, part of your workforce here in the city. So there may be an opportunity that some of them may be in the village and want their children there, and that might be a deciding factor in getting them there. And as David shared, within Jericho, there will be an Indigenous school. So, you know, it's about how we work together and live together as good neighbors. And also the fact that maybe some of them will want to come to language classes at the cultural center and learn the local Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish languages. Because in the schools in the North Shore, we offer Squamish language, and some of the children don't take French and yet take Squamish language because they want to be able to communicate with their schoolmates. So, you know, it's looking at the demographics of who could be living here and recognizing our urban Indigenous population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess question this, I mean, it's a remarkable project, and I appreciate that the land was at a reduced rate, but we're still seeing some pretty remarkable affordability here that we aren't seeing on any other projects. Is there something that we can, how are we generating this amount of affordability with this project? Is it strictly the lower reduced land costs?
Staff or applicant?
I guess it's probably for staff, I would suppose.
person on the line, he can answer that question.
Yeah, hi, Councillor. Thanks for the question. I mean, to some extent, that probably is a question for the applicant team as well. In terms of the policy, staff are certainly both pleased and impressed with what's being offered by the applicant team to see both social housing with essentially the inverse of our bare minimum level of affordability that's required. In other words, 70% of the units below the housing income limits instead of the base minimum 30. In addition to the rental housing with a significant amount of below market, it certainly is a remarkable level of affordability that's being achieved. Certainly there's a land element to that, also potential for financing as David Negrin alluded to in discussions with the federal and provincial governments, but those are it's a great point to point out. The project certainly achieving a very deep level of affordability.
And, okay, thanks, Dan. And if the applicant had anything to add, because it is fantastic, and I would love to see more of that.
Yeah, I think the real secret of the success of this development was the city coming to the nations and recognizing the nations as independent governments. And that in itself is a major mechanism, because we're able to deliver a better rate of affordability because the nations are owning the social housing units. So we have that as the key structural difference is that the nations own the social housing. So as a result of not having to just deliver it, the fact that they can own it, they can charge a bit less. The land cost should almost be irrelevant, because if you want to replicate this for other developments, that's the trick. Is if the nations can own the social housing, then you can provide it at a reduced cost.
Interesting. Well, that's definitely something that we could explore more of, I think, moving forward. And thank you for that. I want to ask, and this may be a question for you as well, on community benefit agreements. So typically on large projects, we'll do, like say St. Paul's Hospital, we're doing hiring, I think 10% hiring from the downtown east side. I see this kind of project as such an inspiring opportunity, and especially when we have so many young Indigenous folk who are struggling. Is there, and I think Councillor Wanek touched on this earlier, is there an opportunity for us to see Indigenous youth hired to work and develop skills training and trade training on this project?
Absolutely. So as part of MSTDC and the partnership with Canada Lands Company, we are active in trying to promote and fill a pipeline for employment, training, and procurement opportunities for nation members from Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, Squamish, but also outside of that, expanding it to nation members from other nations. So it is a core belief, and I think what we were talking about before, I forget if it was David or Dennis who said it, but the idea is that as we start going through and doing these developments, and there's more coming, that it won't be MSTDC and a big consultant team of others. It will be MSTDC with all the capacity in-house, led by nation members, the jobs completed by nation members. That is the overall objective. It does take a bit of time to build that capacity, but that is something that is I would say it's a core principle of our group right now.
We actually started an entrepreneurship course 2 weeks ago. So we're beginning that long journey of our canoe paddle of building our Indigenous ecosystems. And I know Squamish Nation and Musqueam Nation, that they have been doing it as well. We already have entrepreneurs in our community members, or in our community, and people are actually changing careers because they see the growth.
This is an incredibly inspiring project, and I know it would be really inspiring for some young people entering the workforce or looking for a skill, and love to hear it.
We'll see.
Thanks so much. Councillor Harvick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have two questions for the applicant, and then I'll come second round to staff. So to the applicant, I don't know who would like to answer this, but I very much appreciate the creative and unique urban design perspective that you're bringing to this. But looking at this, I see how many how many high rises in total, up to 18 stories. And so what I'd like to know, you spoke about Indigenous ways of being. How do you reconcile Indigenous ways of being with 18-story high rises and the impact that a large number of studies have found that people living in high rises suffer from greater mental health problems, higher fear of crime, fewer social interactions, and more difficulty raising their children? So that's, I know it's a bit of a hard question, but that is at the heart of it.
I'd definitely like to speak to this one. This is one thing that we've talked about in both the developments and other developments that we're working on in our communities. And mental health is a big issue everywhere. And it's not only within our people, but we were looking at making the spaces welcoming and, bringing the community within the buildings and having those safe spaces for people to be a community. And my aunt alluded to that earlier about our longhouses going from, they're going long, but they're growing taller. And, we used to live together, all together as a people. And we're hoping that we can bring that life with our stories and our legends into the communities and, bring the resources in so that the people are not feeling alone, and they're not feeling that they have nobody in their buildings and understanding. And, you take a look at the affordability, and we're able to bring these people together. They have the same struggles. They have the same needs and wants that, they're not able to live close by. And we're looking at the economy right now. Look at our gas prices. People don't have that opportunity to live close to where they're working. We have the hospital right there. Some of the staff, maybe they're driving in further than they should be, but being able to, even live with people that you already know, we're hoping to build that. And that's one thing that we talk about with our relationship building. And, we hope that we can fit those into the community.
A very thoughtful answer. Thank you. Do I have 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
My next question is regarding the former Langara Boys School and Fairmont Academy. It was the Langara School for Boys was built in 1912, just before World War I, and 1917 became a military hospital. All of this predates it becoming an RCMP station. And I've listened intently on the rationale for not maintaining that historical reference. But I've also looked at others. The report mentioned the Kootenai Residential School. I understand now the Kamloops Indian Residential School is now being repurposed, and this is the very tragedy-laden one. Proud use part of the Chief Lewis Center. I don't know if you've heard about that. And one big notable one recently was the Hudson's Bay store in Winnipeg, which is now being developed as part of Winnipeg's downtown system with the Southern Chiefs organization in Manitoba. So these are all examples of highly controversial residential schools and things that would tie to a lot of the core concerns of reconciliation. So I'm just wondering if you've looked at that through this kind of lens. I won't even go into other examples of other colonial societies in Hong Kong and even things like the World Heritage Site at Auschwitz, all of which are tremendously upsetting for people, but they have been maintained to point to that as something that needs to be genuinely reconciled.
We had a really good talk about this morning before we met with you. And one of the hardest things that this country was built on was the overtaking of our land. And I think the biggest part is us taking back our land and taking ownership of who we are as a people. The atrocities that the RCMP have done to our people was so hard. Many of our families never came home, many of our children. And I talked about that with my daughter being here. and she hears it and she knows it. But the RCMP was built to help the country impede within our people. And I'm not saying that the churches weren't a part of it and these schools weren't there. Our people are utilizing these buildings, but the Fairmont building for our people, this was the headquarters in Vancouver for the RCMP. And, you know, we talked about moving it, we've talked about finding somewhere, and we're willing to work with that. But I think the replacement of the cultural center is what is important to us, because the importance of our culture continuing and sharing the wealth that we have as MST together is very important to me. And it's very important to 3 of our host nations that are working together. The culture will be shared with the world. These cultural centers that we have across the country are being built over, you know, there, it's not only here. We have one that we have in partnership with Squamish Lowa. It raises our people up to understand who we are as a people, and our culture will be able to move and ripple into our communities. And we hope that everybody has that understanding of who we all are, and being able to showcase our legends, our people, our artists. And that is what the rich part of that cultural center is going to turn in place of the Fairmont building, which has been very, very hard decision for each of us to make. And, you know, I hope that you guys understand the meaning of it to us. And that is going to be a hard part. And understanding that, yes, you take a look at Kamloops, that's owned by the Kamloops band. So that was their decision, which is different to MST. You take a look at the building in Mission. My mother went to that residential school. It's still standing. But the Stalo people, they own that building. And that was their decision. This is MST decision. And you take a look across Canada, what Hudson's Bay, beginning from trade. And we talk about that in all our projects. And you think about what's happening in development anywhere. And our women, and that is the biggest part too, is because when you take a look at development, you take a look at all these sites, a lot of our women go missing. So that was very important for their 3 nations. And that was a hard decision to make, but that is something that we're standing by. And I voiced it earlier. If there's somebody that wants to pay to move this building, we're willing to let it go. And, you know, for me, that is also important, that we're, you know, willing to let that happen. But I think for us, it's turning it into a celebration of culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have what feel like very minor questions relative to the weight of this project. So I just want to recognize how important it is and how meaningful it is to have you here in this room with us. I think my questions make sense to go to staff, but I'm happy to hear from the applicant too. I am moved by the whole project and particularly the community feel of it. And I'm interested to know, it looks like there's not a lot of retail space relative to the number of neighbors, and knowing we want the vision of wanting it to be a community, if there's space there for like a grocery store and all of those kind of day-to-day needs that we anticipate in a community of this size?
Sure, I can answer that. The retail component is about 65,000 square feet. We increased it from the policy statement phase, which had quite a bit less, of around 20,000. At that time, we thought it would be more small scale, local serving, very like a greengrocer, that type of thing. And so we've increased it to fill the entire footprint of the 2 northern buildings. So there is an opportunity for a larger scale grocery store. There's also some ability to shift some of the floor area from residential to retail if there is interest through the design phase that comes along later. Like on the new commercial street, it might make sense to have a wrap so that it's on both sides of the street. So there's quite a bit of flexibility still in accommodating those needs.
Great, great. I have a couple questions about the school too. I'm curious if there was discussion about having housing integrated or in the same building as the school relative to the whole site. The school building looks very tiny.
That's a good question. In the policy phase, again, we were working with the CSF, CLC, and the MST, and we worked to make the project whole. So we moved some of the residential density to other parts of the site to create that standalone site. It could have additional density on it, but we didn't plan for it. It does have a childcare on the roof as part of the plan.
Great. Again, it feels like a very small question. The whole thing is huge. I don't mean to nitpick at details. But on nitpicking, also interested, I assume a lot of those students come from further afield. And so I'm interested in what the kind of, I was just visiting the school street at Kerrisdale Annex this morning. And so I'm thinking about safe routes to schools and wondering if we anticipate a lot of cars coming in to drop those kids off and how that fits with the site.
Yeah. The CSF school is a regional school, not totally regional, but within Vancouver, a lot of the students travel to the site, and they do currently on the south school that's there. Most of the children come to school by bus, so it's serviced, and that helps with the pickup and drop off, which can be impactful. We have a representative from the CSF here today to speak first, so that you can also ask him some questions if you'd like.
Okay, great. But that's really helpful. And again, just really grateful for all this work.
Councillor Weep.
Yeah, my first question is on the sustainable food systems for large rezonings, and what elements are put into the plan that really speak to indigenizing kind of the food landscape, the edible food gardens, urban farming, and the rest of it we see in large projects.
I'm going to send that one online to Caitlin. Caitlin, can you answer that?
Hi, yeah, I'm Caitlin Dorward, social planner in Arts, Culture, and Community Services. This site does trigger the Sustainable Large Developments policy, which requires the site to provide a minimum of 3 food assets. And given it's a site over 10 acres, they are expected to be have significant impact and presence on the site. At this development, there will be a community kitchen in the cultural center. In the North Park, there will be an Indigenous garden with some ability for public access in there as part of the co-design process. There will also be community garden plots located throughout the residential buildings that will be accessed mostly by the residents. And there's also a capacity for a community food market to be hosted in the plaza.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. I think that's important. Second one is on the ethnobotany, which was spoken about today. A lot of conversation early was the importance of Queen Elizabeth Park and Van Dusen as kind of lungs of that part of the city, and the biophilic design between those two green spaces. Maybe to the design team, can you talk about that kind of east-west connection? I know we got the forest trail, but there's always been a conversation of how we really make sure that biodiversity is connecting the site east-west, recognizing those two important areas for our biodiversity.
That's a great question. That's part of our pollinator corridor, and there are kind of larger setbacks on 35th and more intense planting. And there's also patios. There's a greater setback, and the species of plant varieties have specifically been picked to create that corridor and to emphasize and make that more robust.
Okay, and then that will connect, I'm assuming the city, that will connect, we'll have larger connections to the larger parks?
Well, we can't control beyond the site, but we can do what we can. We can set the standard and set a bar, but beyond we can't do it.
Yeah, no, it just looks like it would make more sense higher up because 35th kind of goes different direction. But is that the best that we thought would work to kind of get that flow between the two parks?
Yeah, well, and 37th has that potential as well.
Okay.
But 35th was a nice bridge through the site, but we can't control beyond our border.
Okay. My next question is on parks. When you look in the report for the urban design panel, they talk about 4.6 acres. In the diagram, it talks a lot about 4.4. And then it talks about park board getting 2.27 as a permanent park with a long-term lease. Can you speak a little bit about those numbers and how that was?
Yeah, I can. Probably what happened is in the urban design panel minutes, the bigger park area was shown. But because we know that there is some design integration that happens as part of the next phase of work, we wanted to have a little bit of flexibility to ensure that those larger standards could be met. The policy statement also required a sort of capital P park in the south portion, and that one is proposed to be 2.287. Yeah. Katie can add if you'd like from parks.
I think that's fine, recognizing I have less than a minute. The last thing I'm really interested in is that Ridgeway and kind of talking about the two watersheds. And this is such an opportune time to talk about the Stolo and the Salish Sea. So to the design team, how are we really going to showcase that importance to kind of inform the public about the importance of the Ridgeway in Vancouver and how the water that rains on those two sides of this parcel of land will go to two different watersheds? I love some of the design network, but that's a really important component to understanding the land and waters that we live on.
That's a tough question because we haven't quite worked that out yet. It's still a rezoning, but there's an idea of an interpretive piece. We would actually, one of the struggles is that we thought because it's a comprehensive site that we could actually allow water to cross boundaries and cross right-of-ways, and that's not working out well for us. But as part of our water management plan, we were hoping that we can overcome that and really exemplify and illustrate the way that water travels and migrates across the site. But there are some restrictions that are coming from our engineering team, but it's something we're working on.
Thank you.
Very good question.
Thanks. Councilor Carr, up to 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you. So I've been on council for 3 terms. I've never heard any presentation at a rezoning hearing like this. So thank you for the presentation. It's incredibly inspiring and very motivating for change. So my question to the applicant is, we all have seen developments that have a strong vision, but as they get executed, it doesn't necessarily hold. So how do you plan to keep involved or oversee the process so that the vision becomes the truth on the landscape?
That's an excellent question, as we've seen many developments change over time. Again, from my perspective as a CEO, the strength of the nation, as you've seen tonight, and the vision they have is extremely strong. And I can guarantee you that they're going to carry this through. It's so important to them culturally, right, for their people. And you've heard tonight how important this site is to them. So again, as the leader of the team that's designing this, I have complete confidence that the nations will see this through the way it's designed. And you can see in this design how important it is with just the details, even at the rezoning. You never see this. I've never seen it. So again, I'll let Dennis answer the rest, but again, it's the passion that you see here tonight that's going to get this through.
Yeah, it's one of our laws, you know, like when we think about including our members and our elders, it's upholding those conversations and upholding those feedbacks that we receive when we're doing our cultural interpretive strategy within our community members. and to really uphold, and it's just part of our ways of knowing and having, like, this is something so massive within our own communities, and it's excitement. They're excited about it, and it's just part of on my leadership hat. It's something that our nation upholds to the fullest. When we promise something or we have input from our elders, and some of them are passed away now, it's up to us to continue that wisdom, that knowledge system, when we were designing these, to make sure that we follow through. And again, we're not your typical developer. We're keeping this in perpetuity, and that's something that's really changed too.
Mm.
Thanks.
A couple of more questions along this line. I'm very interested in sort of the educational component of this in terms of changing people's mindsets and understanding, especially of traditional values. When I worked with the New Chalmers, it was on Clayoquot Sound, it was very important they taught us certain words. So they've stayed true in my mind. Ichmus, areas that are very, very precious. Hijishtuak, everything is connected. So are there words that are important for all of us to come to, take into our hearts, use to describe the different way of development?
Yeah, well, I think one of the unique things that we're going to be working on is with the host nations coming together, and there's two different languages, Hunkaminam and Skohomish Snitchum. So whenever you'll see like an iteration of three different phrases. So once we have that cultural interpretive plan together, I think there's going to be unique touch points throughout the whole development. And we're thinking, new technology. You can even touch a button and it'll say it in three different languages, right? You can have cultural maps that are able to sort of describe certain things. But as you know, it would be hard to pronounce some of our words, so they would need to know how to do that. But then there's going to be a cultural center there as well. I think Scott Alternate want to say a few words?
I'm a language speaker. I was taught by actually our chairman, Counselor Kalsilam, and I attended SFU for a full immersion program. And one of the biggest things that we have within our community is building the capacity to share our language within. And you can see it along the corridor from the Sea to Sky Highway. We've been building in the words and bringing back our cultural village names, and bringing it along. And we've worked with you in the past also with some of the plazas within Vancouver. We have the art gallery that the three host nations were there, and I was at a gathering there when they had renamed these little plazas, and we're hoping to do that within the community. And we talk about, I said it at the beginning, I was like, Eoch Tanoia, that's all of you, and I said to us, to Namath, and we're working together to build this village, and we want to be able to share that. And that's one thing that our cultural center is going to bring. But we also talked about that within each of the sections that we have highlighted in the little hubs, like the village. And I gave a little bit, there's also things, you can scan a QR code and it can bring you to a video, and it can showcase, you can find this information within our communities. We also have the Squamish Atlas that has been going, that there's also sites, and bringing that technology is bringing us forward. And also our human beings, if we're going to have these people, we're going to have MST staff working in the cultural center that are going to be able to share. And each of our communities are working on that language development. And I have friends in all of the communities that are working to get to the point to where we are. And it was really sad because 2 years ago, we had 7 first language speakers, but that same year, we got down to none. So we're all scared, but we want to be able to continue on sharing our language. And that was the goal and the vision of our elders. And we had them. and they were called, you know, the God Squad. And my aunt, my grandmother, she was a part of that, and I used to bring her to the meetings. And so that is important to all of us to bring that language to the importance of each section. And you know, we've named them, and but there's not just one language here in Vancouver, and you know, we speak different languages. So you see it in the presentation that it is written in Hunkamin and also in Squamish. So that's the hard part about this one, you know, the area that we're in is we don't just have one language.
Thanks so much. Just before we move to Councillor Dominato,
Thank you, Adrian. In regards to speaking our language, I am the daughter of a residential school survivor that he didn't survive for very long. But my father could speak our language fluently. It was his first language. But within our home, he chose not to speak it for the fact that he was scared we would get beaten or strapped. So when I hear Adrian and I hear Dennis, and I'm much older than they are, so when I hear them speak the language, it's heartwarming, it's heart-wrenching. And so now within our own community, Musqueam, we have the classes that take place for our children and our people to learn. So it's not only when it comes to teaching the greater city of Vancouver or the new peoples that are coming to our lands, we're also still teaching ourselves, because it's been, we've lost so many that can speak it fluently. And I must say, we're quam is one word, is we're all one. We're all one heart. Ajka.
thank you. Just before I move to Councillor Dominato, we have 4 councillors left on the list with questions, and then probably take a 10-minute break just to stretch our legs. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to staff and the applicants for the presentations. A number of my questions have been asked, but I have a couple more. One is with respect to the actual housing topology and whether there's any ground-oriented units that are proposed as part of the mix of units that might include, we've seen some developments where they're high-rise but include row home townhomes as part of the developments. I'm just curious if staff or the applicant could comment on that.
Really quickly respond to that. Yes, all the ground floor units will have front doors and be ground oriented.
Thank you. And then I'm curious if, obviously there's substantive amount of both rental, market and below, and as well as social housing, whether it was explored to have more social housing as part of the development, or if ultimately this is how in terms of the pro forma, this is what worked, was the amount of strata leasehold and the market rental and the social housing.
Hi there. Yeah, so as part of the negotiation with real estate services, we went through and created a pro forma that we went back and forth on, and that was the number that we came up with. You know, was to satisfy the 20% based on the policy statement. We then added in rental housing, but the social housing is so affordable that, you know, another way to do it would have been to make some of the rental housing into social housing, but make it all less affordable, right? So we kind of just looked at it and said we wanted to do a spectrum and really have deep affordability, kind of regular social housing affordability, below market rental housing, and then market leasehold. All of that product, including the market leasehold, is generally below regular market rates. So we feel there's a high level of affordability that isn't matched by other developments in the Cambie corridor or elsewhere in the city.
No, thank you. That's clear to me. And a follow-up question I have, and I don't know if this is for you or someone else, is around, it was referenced in the context of the missing and murdered women, and I was thinking about how we have challenges with having specifically housing targeted for women, but also for seniors in the city. I'm just curious of the mix of social housing that's provided, or even some of the rental, if any of it would be specifically targeted to women or seniors. And that may not be a question for you, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd say, I guess the reality is we haven't gone that far yet. The MST is looking at having the housing authority that will own and operate the social housing. And it will be the mandate of the MST Housing Authority, whether, which the priorities are. So I can't speak to that, but the housing authority hasn't been established yet, so I don't know what their overall mandate would be, but it's up to the nations.
There, I'm ahead of you guys. Okay. I have a couple more questions, and one is around the report, I think, said this is going to be phased approximately roughly 15 years. And I'm curious, what are the opportunities or challenges to going faster in terms of, is this about the financing? Is it about something on the city side?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a city side issue. To me, it is largely predicated on the market. It's not as simple as just building a bunch of homes. Like, you have to have buyers for those homes. You have to have the capacity to actually build those homes as well. So, you go by most large development sites and you can see that there might be one or two cranes operating at a time, Oak Ridge, aside. It really is hard to develop more than, say, one or two buildings at a given time. Just practically speaking, it's very difficult. So that is kind of the metronome. You have to have the market that allows you to sell enough units to trigger financing, and then you have to not be in the way of each other trying to actually construct the buildings. So it is possible. You can see sites where it is possible, but it's pretty challenging to deliver that many units to the market and have them be sold.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I just wanted to circle
have 10
back on.
seconds.
Oh, I probably won't have time for that question. Sorry. I'll wait till after speakers. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5, please.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody can tell me who is going to get the profits from this. Like, my hope would be that MST could get them and put it back into their community, but I'm wondering if the feds are going to put back into something or other that's federal and that's not cheaper housing.
I can't disclose what the deal is, but the deal that we did with Canada Land Corporation is an extremely good deal for the First Nations. And I can tell you that the vast majority of the profit goes to the First Nations. When the deal started, the Canada Land Corporation was a 50% owner of this site, and MST was a 50% owner. We were able to negotiate that upon enactment of each phase, that the nations will own the land in 100%. So that's really important to note, that now that the value that the nations get is based on 100% of the value of the land, whereas before it was based on 50% owned by CLC and 50% owned by MST. So again, I have to say that Canada Land Corporation has been an excellent government business, I'll call it, because everything's business, and that we have negotiated a very good deal. And we thank Canada Land Corporation for that. They've been an excellent partner for the First Nations, and I mean an excellent partner. So that, to answer your question, the nations get the vast majority of the profit,
Okay, that's
substantial amount. And we'll go back into other projects that they have and back into the communities for housing for First Nations and Indigenous people. And those housings that the nations are building on their lands, on their reserve, is senior housing, right? And is houses for the youth that live there. There's a real shortage of housing on First Nations, and that money will go back there too. So again, to answer your question, I think I can say that all the nations were extremely satisfied with the deal that they did with Canada Land Corporation.
That's good. Is there any hope that the folks in the modular housing that's there now will be able to stay on that site?
We will accommodate as best we can, and that'll depend on the market. Obviously, it depends on the market. The nations are here. Make no mistake, the nations are here to run a business and be successful. But again, we're working very close with BC Housing, and we'll continue to do that. And so we'll extend it as long as we possibly can.
And the last question I had is I was really impressed with the affordability, the 70% at Hills instead of 30% at Hills for the social housing. And the answer was that you could do this because the nations owned it. And I'm just wondering the technicalities of that. Like if the city owned something, could we do it equally affordable by the same token?
I think you could. When I was
Where does
president of
the
the
money-
UDI, I was an advocate of the city using their sites to build more housing, more social housing. And I think that's the biggest problem that we've had, getting affordable and housing, whether it's social housing, whether it's, rental, reduced rental, it's been the land. The land is so expensive, and that's what's really stopped. Again, I think that what the nations are bringing to the table here, will have over 20 million square feet in Vancouver, and bringing the social housing that they'll operate will be really a success story for the city. But I think the real success story that I've never seen in my 35 years is if we can do these workforce housing units where the federal government, the provincial government, the city all work together to get it there, along with the First Nations, will produce a lot of housing that's required in this city.
And what kind of rents are you thinking for that workforce housing?
We're working on that right now, but they will be substantially reduced, some of those. Again, I'm an advocate of creating housing. And again, I don't want to sound rude here, but it's not just social housing, it's workforce housing, right? It's housing with people working in the city, the nurses, the firemen, people working anywhere need to live in the city. And so therefore, it's a wider gamut of housing. And we're working with the feds on that. It'll really come down to, the deal that'll come down to in making this more affordable and more attainable will be through CMHC funding, which is an RCFI fund, Federal Land Initiative Fund. Those are extremely important to bring the cost down, because everything here can't be on the backs of the nations. The nations are here to create a business, to have a business, to be successful, to put that money back into other nations' businesses.
Hoping to get federal financing.
We are getting federal financing.
As well as federal grants.
That's correct. I can tell you, I can be open with a few. We have what's called a Federal Land Initiative that is buying down the land cost for Fairmont. We also have an RCFI fund that we're negotiating for $300 million to build this housing. So again, the federal government has been extremely supportive of First Nations in doing that type of housing. That's not a grant, but it's based on a 40-year term with extremely good interest rates that make this more affordable to build. So those programs are in place, and we've already obtained some of that money.
And
Thanks so
that's
much.
some of the reason why you can do the 70% at Hills.
That's the
instead of
5.
30%.
That's correct, yeah. I'd just like Canada Lands to just answer one of the questions, if I may.
Thank you. And cycling back to your previous question in terms of what's done with the profits. So as David has mentioned, we are 50-50 joint venture partners right now with the MST partnership. Canada Lands is a self-financing federal crown corporation. And by that, what we mean is that we don't receive appropriations from the government of Canada for our operations.
Actually, he said
But we do pay dividends
Thanks.
back to our sole shareholder, which is the government of Canada. And it's up to the government of Canada to determine how it distributes those resources across its operations and focuses across the country.
Thank you.
Actually, David said that the MSP
Councillor Swanson,
most of the money.
I've been very liberal with time here, just to show respect to our guests. We're over 5. Councillor Hardwick, you're in your second round. Just one, I will do. Just a reminder, Council, we do have a number of speakers to hear from too. So just remind you of that, up to 5 minutes, Councillor Hardwick.
My questions to staff, which I provided earlier, I'd like to go over. The first one is in recommendation H, page 3 of the report. The recommendation to endorse removal of the Fairmont building contradicts Council's heritage policies approved by Council March 10th, 2020. The policy context very specifically says rezoning should not result in the demolition or severe alteration of any building on the Vancouver Heritage Register. And furthermore, that it must be preserved, not kind of should it be, but must be preserved, and legal protection is required. So how do you respond to that?
The policy statement set by the previous council for this property supersedes that, Councilwoman.
How does that supersede a policy that this council stated on March 10th, 2020?
It's a citywide policy. It's a great question, citywide policy. But the policy that was specifically developed for this property would
By
be
the
the
prior-
policy that controls.
by the prior council.
That's correct. But it is specifically for this property. It's not a citywide blanket policy like the
But the
2020
City,
heritage.
okay, so this would be a legal question, but the rezoning application was submitted on the 2nd of October 2022, 7 months after the current heritage policy was approved by this city council. So the applicant would have been aware of this policy context for the property at the time of the application, correct?
I suppose so. I suppose they would, but that policy does not apply to this piece of property.
Okay, the Heritage Advisory Committee gave no direction or advice on this matter, which would result in the unprecedented removal of an A building through a rezoning application. On the March 2021 meetings, minutes simply state that the chair thanked staff and applicants for the presentation and noted it was very informative, but there was no measure taken at that time by the Heritage Commission.
That is correct.
Have you considered the environmental impact of taking out this building?
Yes, we've done a full analysis of it, and the recommendation is to demolish the building from the Director of Planning.
So put it in landfill. That's very green. Okay. Are you aware, we saw a piece of correspondence come in that there was a burial on the site. This came in, I believe, through the RCMP RCMP graves. It says that there's evidence of the burial on the site of the remains of at least one RCMP officer. And that has implications for the RCMP. Are you aware of that, and how is that being addressed?
I'll ask Kristen to address that, but it's my understanding that it was ashes and not a burial. Yeah.
Yeah. During the policy statement phase, we've been working with the RCMP veterans, and they made us aware that there is an urn under the flagpole, or thought to be under the flagpole. And Canada Lands and the MST have been very accommodating and willing to work with the RCMP to remove that from the site when redevelopment occurs.
Thank you very much. Now, my last question is,
May I respond to your
I'm just concerned about getting, that was a staff question as opposed to the question for the applicants.
I ask you to indulge me, Mayor, and give her another minute. I've been a chair of Squamish Nation Council before, and I want to just share with you, the staff responded that they're making the adequate accommodations in regards to the remains. And I want to just share with you, historically, my great-grandfather, Jericho Charlie, my great-grandmother, Kwe Wat, my great-great-grandfather, Sequalton, and Lewis family and the Jack family had burials at the footing of the Burrard Street Bridge where it was going to be built. No consideration was given for our feelings and our families, and we were forced to dig them up and move them up to the Mac Blow, to where our family lived 25 miles up Squamish River. Then the land was expropriated, given as a tree farm license, and a logging road had to be constructed. And they were asked again to move the remains. They moved them again and brought them to Wewecum, which is known as Brackendale. And there's historical truth about this in regards to even Homalchison, where my daughter, Skalautina, 80, lives, that there were burials there and that we were made to remove it. So I think being able to give some historical context, there's accommodations being made in regards to removing, repatriating them to another site. So I just had to share that because you hit my heart, my Squalwin, my heart and mind when you said that, because no one thought about my grandpa and my Uncle August Hatzelano, anglicized version of his name, which is now the name of Sinauk Kitsilano. them having to dig up the remains and move it for the settlers of Vancouver City. And I think, you know, we understand about taking care of remains and making sure adequate accommodations are made, like the staff mentioned. So my apologies, I had to speak.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that very much. It's just, you of all people then would appreciate the sensitivity that the families would feel.
We're still in questions.
No, I'm just, and I do have one more
Great.
question,
And it's
but
too
I
late.
do
You are
appreciate.
over time, and over to
I do
Councillor Weed.
appreciate.
Yeah, two quick questions. First one, do we believe the cultural liaison process should be something that was very positive in this segment and should be utilized in processes moving forward, Broadway plan, city planning? Like, is this a model that really helped deliver the cultural expertise to this project today?
Half of staff, absolutely. We've really valued working with the cultural liaisons. They bring a real richness to the project and a voice that wouldn't otherwise be there.
And something we might look at moving forward on other projects.
Yeah.
Perfect,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Second one was, there was a comment that the engineered water course was not able to be consistent throughout the site. Can we talk about recognizing this as the headwaters?
I think, yeah, so we made a few accommodations on the rainwater piece. We are struggling to take water across property lines. There's a building code issue with that. So we have worked to bring water into the southern park. Parks Board is accommodating rainwater from private buildings within the park. The operator will need to maintain it to make sure that it doesn't back up, all that sort of stuff. And then on the northern park, where the nations are going to be responsible for maintenance, that water course, it's not a water course, that retention area and rainwater management space will be operated by them. We are working to connect these types of spaces on large sites like this, which represent a significant opportunity, which is different from a sort of more standard building parcel lots.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. One last question for the applicant. I noticed that storytelling was a strong theme. I'm interested in knowing if you're thinking of incorporating the storytelling into the landscape. For example, the story of why the community center would face north towards the ocean. Has that been contemplated? You can all get up.
Just get a chair.
I know, I think so. I think the importance of us, well, when I talked about facing the water is because that's where we're watching, that's what we're protecting. And we want to share the stories, we want to share our history is very rich. And when you're looking at any view, that's what you want to look at, you know. And our community placement was based around what we call like a mifla. And these were in the center, and those were celebrated. And the surrounding family housing was around them, and that was where we gathered. And that is one thing that we have, and we got those views. We have the water, and you were able to see everything, and we're able to have that beauty and to celebrate it. And I think that's one of the biggest things that we want to be able to do here.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would just love to see it continue on in the, like, so people, we know the story, everyone who was listening to this hearing, but others don't know that story.
Yeah, for sure. I'll just continue on what Skalautonat mentioned. It was the first of its kind, a cultural interpretive strategy that was ever included in a rezoning application, and that's something that was thought very carefully, including 4 community engagements, 2 in Squamish, 1 in Musqueam and Tsleil-Waututh, from all of our elders and from all of our youth. And it was just pre-COVID, so we were actually able to enjoy meeting in person, like how our families operate. And it's a living document. So I encourage everyone to take a look at it, but it shows different tactics and techniques on how to embed our views into a modern development. which is quite fascinating.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Totally. To staff, how unique is this project in terms of being Indigenous-led and reflecting Indigenous values?
It's certainly the first of its kind in the city of Vancouver. Obviously, we're working with the MST and CLC on Jericho lands as well. I think that we're trying to break new ground here, and I'm aware of one award that the applicant team has won. So I think we're setting a course for future planning when it comes to working with the nations.
Thank you. Have you thought at all about highlighting the progress of this project in terms of moving forward and just educating the public generally about, points in time where there is something different and unique about this development compared to other developments that we've seen? I think I think that people will be interested within the city.
Yeah. Well, I just couldn't be more proud of this work. I think it's cutting edge. And I think we're probably one of the few, if any, cities in Canada doing this work. And we should celebrate it. We should talk about it. And I just couldn't be more proud of our partners here. And Kirsten and her team have just done a remarkable job. And you've seen how it's all been reflected in the landscape and the layout and the buildings and the meaning. And it's such a meaningful project that I'm very, very proud to have been a part of this.
Great, thank you. I just want to see this story being told as it progresses. Thanks. That's it, Mayor.
Yep, just a reminder to council that it is 8:45 now. We're scheduled to stop at 10. We do have 10 speakers that we may want to ask questions to, since there's been a lot of questions tonight. So if we do want to finish, not to put pressure on you, Councillor Fry, but I am worried that we're well into this now. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Sure. I do, and I appreciate what you said, Mayor. I do want to just follow up on the question of the Fairmont building as it was posed, and I believe perhaps the Director of Planning maybe misspoke a bit. Maybe there's a question for Zlatan, that we're not just sending this to the landfill. This is going to be disassembled, green demolition, salvage opportunities. The RCMP veterans are having an opportunity to go through and that is
Absolutely.
yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought I read in the report.
Right.
And the statue is gone from the memorial statue that's moved to Surrey years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And I definitely appreciate the complicated history and that there is no place for the Fairmont building on the site, and we're going to do something better, and we're going to do a good job. Now, this is a question for the applicants, and I say this also because I recognize it's a complicated history, but I also have a father-in-law who's a retired RCMP, and I would not be able to not bring this up in respect to my father-in-law. Is there an opportunity to acknowledge that complicated history with the RCMP, not keeping the building or anything, but some kind of articulation? Because, I can speak for my father-in-law. He wasn't a bad guy, or maybe I don't know, but he would feel very compelled by this conversation and want some kind of recognition that yes, it's complicated, and yes, there's even an apology. I don't know if the RCMP have apologized for their role in sending children to residential schools. If they haven't, they should. But I'm just wondering if there's any thought around acknowledging some of that complicated history rather than just disappearing it.
Well, on to that. When I was in high school, we all know that we used to do community work. And one of the things that I did is I used to want to be a police officer because I wanted to make the world better. And I did ride-alongs with the RCMP detachment in Agassiz when I was going to school at Sarda Senior Secondary. And I did this for 2 years. And as time progressed and I watched what was going on, and I see a lot of Aboriginal police going through, and my younger sister, she actually did the Aboriginal youth policing, and she went to Regina, and she was a big part of building up a lot of what it is to be a protector of our people. And I have many friends who are RCMP officers, and that change is happening. But I don't think there has ever been an apology, but maybe that's something that we can strive for together with this building and with our communities, and I think across Canada. And that would be a talks for RCMP, and our people across Canada. And I think maybe that's a standing ground here where we are being able to talk about that. And maybe it's reconciliation for them as well.
Good answer. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, your second round
Thanks.
for 5 minutes.
And my questions may be more of a housekeeping question, but I know now is the only time we get to ask the applicant questions. Because of what the mayor has said, that we would need to unanimously agree to stay past 10 p.m. I was hoping that I don't mean to put you on the spot, and especially I'd like to hear from the applicants. I know that our staff are always ready to stay, but would you prefer that we continue discussing this until the end of the item and make a decision tonight? I don't know what time that would be at. Or would you prefer that it's moved to another day? And as you come to the microphone to share that with us, I just wanted to respectfully say I know that there is a request for us all to be in council chambers, but I will have to go and relieve my babysitter
Councillor,
for my child.
if we do get through quickly, we can make a
I'd just like to know from the applicants because of their
more of a
request.
procedural question, but I think we got
They're not allowed to answer procedural questions.
we have a thumbs up there from the applicant.
So they'd rather we stay tonight? Or, okay, and I can join via WebEx, but I'm at home to vote. I also just wanted to use my time because I think it's very important, Mayor. This is more of a procedure, but I'll do it in my time. It's to move a motion to suspend the rules of the procedure bylaw to allow for another round of questions. I understand that Councillor Hardwick did have questions, and I think that it's important that all councillors have their questions answered before they vote on this. So I'd like to move that motion.
Actually, there is another round of questions after we hear from public speakers.
Another round of questions,
Oh, yeah.
does that include the applicant?
Every public hearing, you get another round
But
of,
not to the applicant, Mayor.
not to the applicant.
Yeah, so I'd just like to move that round of questions now. To suspend the procedure bylaw first. I have no more questions, but I'm trying to be fair to all of my colleagues. You're good? Okay. I'll leave it there then. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we'll take just 5 minutes and then we'll come back and start to hear from the public. Thank you so much. Council, just to remind you, we should not be talking to the applicants. Councillor Dejanova, we shouldn't be talking to the applicants. Thanks. Yeah. Yes, you can, for sure. Okay, council, if we can get you to come back to your seats. F5. But if they don't hear that, they can't vote. There you go, can't vote if you're not. I'm not sure if all the other counselors, anybody on your side over there? They in their offices? Okay, thanks. Okay. Thanks so much. So council, we're on to the public, hearing from the public, and we do have one public body representative who is Shafakil Razi. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name. Thanks. You have up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions.
Thank you. Good evening. Shafiq Al-Rasi, CSF, also known as School District 93. I'm the Director of Capital Planning, and we're speaking in support of the recommendations. Mayor and Council, thank you first for providing us the opportunity to be here. And on behalf of the Francophone School District, we would like to express our gratitude to the nations for including us in this project. We are honored for a CSF school to be part of this project, and we look forward to future engagements on the importance of education and learning, and on determining how we can continue to best integrate our common values in the design process and later into educational programming of the district. I want to speak a bit about the district, what it does. So I understand there's a bit of some people are not entirely sure what the CSF is. So we are the only school board in the province that offers elementary and secondary school programming entirely in French to students who are members of the Francophone minority. We are also BC's only province-wide public school district. We operate 42 schools and we have over 6,400 students in over 100 communities. Our mission is really to help Francophone students develop their French language skills and Francophone identity. The contemplated project and the Netherlands development is a key component in CSF overall capital planning procedures, and the project has very extensive support among the community, as you might have seen in the feedback received during the course of the rezoning process. In Vancouver, CSF programming is divided into multiple catchment areas, and this project falls within the central Vancouver catchment area, which is the area between Maine and Granville. The CSF already operates 2 schools in this catchment area, actually just 1 block south of the proposed development. We have the Rose Devant Elementary School, and we have the Jules Verne Secondary School. Rose Devant Elementary School has currently around 250 students, and the enrollment projections estimate that the actual number of potential right holders is around 400 students in elementary grades. Both schools currently operate beyond their operating capacity, and the building of elementary school, namely Rose Devant, is aging and needs to be replaced. The CSF has been requesting the construction of a new school for many, many years. Since at least 2018, the CSF and the MST have started elaborating plans to conclude a long-term land lease on a 1 acre parcel on the Heatherlands development, allowing the CSF to build its new school. The new school building would accommodate all the elementary students in this catchment area, while the existing building would be used by the secondary to decongest the secondary school. I'll just go briefly about the design, which Kirsten already, not really the design, but the idea around the design that Kirsten already touched on. So given the small size of the site, the new elementary school will be designed as an urban school with vertical, more or less, design. We're talking 1 basement, 4 parking, and 4 stories, and solutions tailored to address the spatial challenges. Outdoor play areas would be provided by connecting the Heatherlands parcel, the 1 acre, to adjacent properties on Willow Street, which are owned by the CSF, with the intention of creating one single site. CSF students will continue to rely on Oak Meadows Park to the west across Willow Street for larger playfield needs. Besides addressing the K-12 educational needs of the community, the project will also provide significant benefits, such as creation of Francophone childcare program, infant, toddler, and preschool, which will reduce pressure on local childcare providers, before and after school program for school-age children, community access to school amenities such as the gymnasium and multi-purpose spaces, community access to outdoor play areas after hours. Maximizing the feasibility of the project relies on collaboration with the City of Vancouver and with the developers team. The CSF will be working with the city to reorient some of the lanes to make the project feasible, to ensure temporary servicing, and we'll be working with MST's development team to coordinate phasing, circulation, and overall project delivery. Once again, we are very pleased to be part of this development and look forward to collaborating with all project partners during the development phase and into the future. And finally, I just want to thank the school, the parents, the community for their continued patience and support for this project. And I want also to thank the city staff and mostly Kirsten for her continuous support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have a question, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, hi, over here. Thanks for speaking to council. I just have one question, and you may have heard me earlier ask with respect to the Francophone nature of the school. I'm wondering today if you have any Métis students or Indigenous students, and what that looks like. You said you had 250 students overall?
We definitely have Indigenous students all over the 45, 47 schools of the CSF. I don't have the percentage, but we have this.
I'm wondering for this specific school.
I don't have the numbers, but I can assure you that we do have in all schools of the CSF Indigenous students.
Okay, and in your conversations with the MST and around this partnership, have you had any specific discussions with respect to making and ensuring spaces available for Indigenous students?
To be very straightforward here, that would depend a bit on the Article 23 considerations of how right holders are defined for the Francophone school district. So this might need a bit of a discussion to make sure. So if students fall under the Article 23 of satisfying one of the 3 criteria, there will definitely be space for them in the school. If it's anything beyond that, it would require some discussion with the ministry regarding the possibility of making exceptions, but I don't have an answer to that right now.
Okay, but is that something that you would be willing to do, is to open up discussions if that made sense with the ministry?
That's something we can discuss definitely. For this project, but I cannot say with any certainty that this would be approved by the ministry.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Monique Shoptiuk.
Correct.
Hi. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, my name is Monique Choptuik, and I do not support this application. I believe that infrastructure is what makes a city livable, and any proposed large-scale development must have the infrastructure to fully support it. By infrastructure, I mean utilities, transportation, shops, and schools. If not, it will negatively impact the surrounding areas. Negative impacts include traffic issues, including vehicular congestion, SkyTrain congestion, parking issues, safety issues, public safety issues, and overcrowded schools. The existing infrastructure of the neighborhood is under immense cumulative pressure due to the construction of the Oak Ridge Municipal Town Center, the MTC lands, the Cambie Corridor, the Oak Ridge Transit Center, and Jewish Community Center redevelopments, as well as the Heather lands. This neighborhood is projected to grow by more than 50,000 people over the next 2 decades. In addition, developments between 41st Street and 37th and the Heatherlands are being designated as traffic light areas with reduced parking to compel residents to use mass transit. Unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, as illustrated by developers in the Cambie Corridor who say they can't sell their units unless parking is available. Vancouver's Transportation 2040 plan is a major transportation paradigm shift. There's great concern about what negative transportation impacts will occur between now and when the population fully embraces and shifts from using vehicles to other modes of transportation. I recognize and respect that this development is part of the reconciliation process and believe that the proponents have the right to build what they want on their own land. It is the city's responsibility to mitigate the negative impacts. I only oppose this application because city staff are not addressing these impacts and are not being completely truthful. The report to council omits to say that a public elementary school is also needed. Before the inception of the Municipal Town Center and the Heatherlands, when the CCP first came out, there was a section in it that referred to the possible need for a new school in this neighborhood, and that further study was needed. It was never conducted, as both city staff and VSB said it was not their responsibility. That section was then deleted from the plan. This development falls within the catchment area of Dr. Annie B. Jameson Elementary School. The report states that Jameson will be operating above capacity. It omits to say that other elementary schools in the area will probably also be operating at or above capacity. City staff have said an elementary school may possibly be built on a section of Hamber Secondary School's property, but I haven't seen any documentation that this is a fact or actionable. The Queen Elizabeth neighborhood is considered to be the prime family residential neighborhood in the corridor. City staff can no longer say that they didn't know families would move into the area. Developers in the VSB Planning Division have never been accountable for their inability to build schools to keep up with new developments. For many years, the community has asked for a third-party comprehensive transportation study of the area bordered by Cambie, West 41st, Oak, and West 33rd. The community is concerned that existing transportation network in the area cannot support all of the proposed future densification. City staff note that the intersections of Cambie and West 33rd and Oak and West 33rd will be operating at above capacity. The Transportation Assessment and Management Study states that without planned improvements, these intersections are not anticipated to have capacity to accommodate new trips without accepting additional congestion, and no planned improvements are planned. The new intersection at Cambie and West 35th will be operating at capacity. Regarding the proposed 33rd Avenue station, which is located a block away and not mentioned in this presentation, the report states it is assumed that there will not be a Canada Line station at 33rd Avenue, as it is not identified in Transport 2050 or any other approved regional transportation plans which set transit priorities. It omits to say that the station build was never intended to be under TransLink's purview. In a meeting about 10 years ago with Councillor Andrea Reimer, she said that TransLink had nothing to do with the station, but rather a private-public partnership with a developer had to be made to fund the build. She believed that the station would never be built. Also, two high-level TransLink members talking off the record said it does not meet the criteria for locating stations. I later asked the planner what developer could afford to fund this and was told it would be the developer that develops the RCMP lands. Not once did city staff convey this information to the public, and for more than a dozen years, city staff have misled the public regarding this station.
And just 10 seconds.
Okay. Although I oppose this application, I believe this application in my heart, should be approved. But I'm asking council as conditions of approval that they direct staff to commission the much-needed third-party comprehensive transportation study and commit to building a new elementary school. And I just quickly I'd just like to clarify the Francophone school.
I'm sorry, you are
thing.
over you are over your 5 minutes. So I just wanted to thank you so much for calling in this evening.
But they've not been. They've
I'm
been
sorry.
lying.
I'm sorry, you are over your 5 minutes, and I am going to move to the next speaker. Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Eric Otterneck.
Yes, that's me. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Eric Adderneck. I live close by to the Heatherland site. I'm generally supportive of development. However, with regards to the demolition of the Fairmount building, I am opposed. As is well known, this is a Class A heritage building, an outstanding example of a Tudor revival architecture in excellent condition and a notable feature in the area. There may be good or bad memories or perceptions associated with a building or this building, but that is no reason to destroy it. Rather, we should build. We can't change what happened in the past, but we can certainly learn from it. If we destroyed everything that was considered at times to be possibly inconvenient or unpopular or undesirable by some, there wouldn't be much left. It has been long-standing policy by the city and others to protect and retain heritage buildings. Initially in the planning process for the policy statement, it was expected that this building would be retained, possibly repurposed for another use or community amenity, and then it wasn't. And then there was a study commissioned to explore the feasibility of relocating the building, which was an effort to, I would say, defer or remove issues or concerns or placate the concerns of local residents with regards to the loss of the building. The study came back with the entirely predictable findings that it's virtually impossible to move such a large old building. And unhelpfully, nearly all the city-owned lands are properties within 1.5 kilometers of the site, which were explored that could have been receiver sites or and are administered by the Parks Board, who was not supportive of any such program. And here we are now. The building is to be demolished. So I ask, what might this mean for other heritage buildings? And I restate that I respectfully wish that the building be kept. It could be repurposed, renamed, supplemented in some positive fashion, but still retained. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
Thanks very much. You do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Yes, thank you, Eric. I'd like to touch on the notion of precedent. This is a Heritage A Register building. Could you elaborate on your concerns around precedent? Because I'd like to understand if they're aligned with mine.
Well, through the committee, I think we have, for various good reasons, to maintain community and to maintain neighborhood character, desire to keep some attributes of an area, and often that's heritage types of buildings. In this case, I certainly appreciate the unique aspects of the lands and the ownership and everything else like that, but I still think that the building should be kept. What this might mean for future projects, I can't say, but I would be concerned that other landowners who may not want to keep heritage buildings for whatever reasons they may elect to articulate may point to this as a precedent.
So do you see this as something that might have a domino effect, or do you see it as isolated? In this case, it's been described as being emotionally significant to reconciliation because of the RCMP's use of the building after 1920. But do you, again, when you say precedent, is it one and done or is it something that, I'm just trying to imagine a situation where it would be used as a precedent for future demolitions?
I hope it does not, and through certain leadership that could be maintained, I hope, but I would think there would be some people who could point to it as a possible precedent, and the first time something happens, there's a unique reason, but after that, it's different people's decisions on how to decide for the second request or the forthcoming ones, if there may be.
Well, that's for sure. Thank you very much. That answers my question.
Thank you. There are no other questions for you. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Speaker number 3 is sorry, I forgot my glasses today, is Alan
Bume. Okay, I'm just recovering from COVID, so I was unable to attend in person.
Thank you for phoning.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Council, on behalf of the Riley Park South Cambie Community Vision Steering Committee, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to a very significant project within our community. That's 21 acres of redevelopment. Since 2005, RPSC has evolved as a credible community watchdog with a strong institutional history. When the Heatherlands changed ownership in 2014 from the regional headquarters of the RCMP to the new ownership, that is the MST and Canada Lands Corporation, the RPSC has been involved in ongoing discussions with the new owners, Planning Department, and the RCMP Veterans Association. Our correspondence with the Planning Department and the developer was sent to you for your perusal, so I will not go into the details, but will emphasize the areas of most concern to our group. You will have seen that some of our concerns go beyond the Heatherlands, and that is because the site is part of the Cambie Corridor, phases 1 to 3, as well as bordering the Oak Ridge Municipal Town Centre. This rezoning application clearly outlines one of the most discussed aspects of the project. Appendix J, the future of the Paramount Building. We're cognizant of the heritage status of the structure and know that both MST and CLC are favorable to relocating the building. To date, a suitable site has not been found, and we can only hope that through the Truth and Reconciliation process that a mutually acceptable outcome will be achieved. For the most part, the RPSC supports the project and looks forward to a site that will not witness property speculators repeat and handsome profits. We appreciate the varied types of housing being proposed, and it's much needed by the community, and hoping that the dictionary definition of affordability is realized. And I won't mention, the number of units, etc., because it's been said. A few other points deserving positive comments are the child care facilities are being addressing the need for moderate income rentals, the use of advanced technology in building construction, a cultural center that will enhance both the new project and the neighboring community. Near 20% of the 21-acre site is to be open space and parkland, and construction of retail in the northeast sector will hopefully alleviate the shortcomings of the Cambie Corridor Phase 3, change from being a food desert. With more than 2,000 housing units planned for the site, along with expected increase in density in the neighboring blocks, it's imperative that a more proactive approach be taken by the planning and engineering departments, the VSB, the Park Board, and TransLink. This statement can best be seen by the shortcomings within the Cambie Corridor in its phases 1 to 3. Community amenities are near capacity and will continue on this trajectory regardless of the planned amenities for a few of the large projects coming on stream. No planning is evident regarding a new elementary school for the expected school-age population increase. Improved walkable areas, including the poorly designed lanes under Cambie Corridor Phase 2, and these could certainly be turned into vibrant parts of the public realm, such as they've done in many areas of Montreal. The Heatherlands will be creating a new street, 35th Avenue, from Heather to Cambie, and the closure of Heather to through traffic south of 33rd Avenue. And this must be discussed in a public forum. As well as the impact of Heatherlands traffic proceeding north of the site on Heather Street, what about the impact on 33rd Avenue and the streets south of 37th? How will the increased density impact the 37th Avenue Greenway bike route? Our discussions with the engineering department for a comprehensive traffic study must be addressed before the area is built out. There are shortcomings in the traffic study prepared by Bunton Associates. Now, first of all, it was prepared in September of 2020. Secondly, and it may be a minor item, but without going into all the details, no mention is mentioned of the Oak Street bus route number 17, which is certainly an alternative route, as well as the Cambie number 15. And TransLink should bring back some kind of mini bus route that was implemented during the Olympics that went from King Edward Station over to Hillcrest Center, and we can see this going to Oak Ridge Center via Heather Street and serving all kinds of people moving into the area. A walkabout was noted in our March 22nd letter, which you have, and this materialized on the 6th of May. It was a very productive couple of hours. The RPSC Steering Committee looks forward to continuing our dialogue with the developers and the planning department. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Alan.
Okay.
So what I got from that was generally in favor.
Yeah.
with some concerns around schools' amenities and traffic implications.
Correct.
But
And,
carry on.
yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
I'm putting, and also concerns about the Fairmont building, and I think you were leaning towards relocation thereof.
That's exactly, and you can see in Appendix J that when it was written up, we're mentioned in there. We have been involved in that discussion, I don't know, at least in 2017, and unfortunately, no resolution could come forth. And we also know the Vancouver Park Board policy with regards to reconciliation, and they do not want it on their property. And we had suggested a few areas, and unfortunately, it's city land in all instances, and that wasn't going to materialize. And there are a couple of other options that are mentioned in Appendix J as well. That hopefully, we were hoping that somebody, would take the building. And we know that MST and CLC have said you can have the building, just take it. But we got to find a site.
You know that it was originally a boys' school.
Yes, I'm well aware of all of that. Yep. And Shaughnessy, right next door to Shaughnessy Golf Course, across the street on Oak Street.
Yeah,
I'm, well aware of all that, Councillor Hardwick. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your input and for your ongoing commitment to your neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
okay, thanks.
That is it for questions.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Council, we're on to speaker number 4 of 7. We have Varouj Gamochian.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sure can, yep.
Mr. Mayor?
Up to 5 minutes, please.
Excellent. Fantastic. Mayor and Council, on behalf, I'm a member of the Riley Park Community Visioning Committee, and thanks for speaking. And I'm an architect myself, and I've been studying First Nations culture and ceremony. I'm very much honored to be here amongst the First Nations group here, and it's a really wonderful process what we're going through right now. It's a long time coming where there's an open dialogue and really the democratic notions are coming out. My focus will be in the architecture. It's a major transition to see Heatherlands going to a modern arrangement and circumstantially modernity, actually, because I'm a kind of a historian of architecture, was started on the notions of colonial imagery. And unfortunately, that's something that has been embedded in our culture. And sometimes we make reference to modernity, but that actually the origins are very much about colonialism. Just a comment around that. So modifying the Fairmont building itself can be presented with a lot of the design options. As has been noted this evening, that there has been some precedence of memory, saving the memories and the site adapting to reconciliation. And as far as new ideas go, Jane Jacobs had a wonderful saying that new buildings use old ideas, but old buildings use new ideas. Just we have actually Jane Jacobs' son in our committee. So demolishing or moving the building can be incorporated in ancient public buildings that are in the city, such as schools or churches. Significant buildings. The UN Charter, if you look at the UN Charter, Article 8, looks at historical significance of older buildings. So there are models of urbanism that looks at the dignity of Indigenous and non-Indigenous people coming together and working on this notion. The emotions are very high, we know that. These issues are very much related to imageability, and this Tudor design as a colonial form is a reality. But strangely enough, again, historically, Tudor was a non-hierarchical notion. It was about the arts and craft movement where it was a horizontal kind of notion of design. So there's a lot of research can be done on that. Materials are used to represent the spirit and the sense of place. Eventually, the decision rests with the MST, and I give complete confidence to the MST cultural meaning, and I trust that the right decisions will be made. Finally, just the last sentence, At the end, how do we do non-Indigenous stakeholders work together with Indigenous community to learn and equip ourselves? We need to equip ourselves. We need to learn ourselves with the skills. What are the skills and knowledge that the non-Indigenous people need to learn? We have to come down to grassroots, just simple folks hanging out together. Maybe after this project is completed, RPSC can be involved with events there and look at it as brothers and sisters, as we all understand, because I think that's the way to go. So I would end my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Speaker number 5 is Marlene Wickham, who has a presentation.
Yes, thank you. I know I'm really into slides.
Okay.
Good evening, First Nation leaders and elders, mayor and councillors. I'm Marlene from Vancouver. I'm not opposing this project, but offering my perspective on some points for this 15-year plan. Slides 2 and then 3, please. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to commend the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh leaders, applicants, and involved city planners for following a theme and creating a thoughtful design incorporating local plant species, water features, representative artwork, and density. Next slide. The development site is exceptionally well located in proximity to major green park space and schools, making this an excellent location for families with children. This design has provided careful consideration for the ecosystem and even for pets. Next slide. The accompanying building renderings provide scale and logical building orientations to limit shadowing on each other and the Francophone school. My points relate to 1, there aren't enough homes for families with children, and 2, where do small children play outside? The City of Vancouver's policy in multi-unit family housing is 25% 2-bedroom and 10% 3-bedroom. In my opinion, families require 3-bedroom sized units for livable space. Recent social and radio media statements made by Renters Advisory Committee spokesperson Kit Sauter suggested that his 2-bedroom apartment is barely enough space for a family of 3. The Heatherlands area is clearly excellent for families, and I would strongly encourage mayor and councillors to revise the definition of family-sized housing. My second topic is outdoor play space for young children. I'm not seeing this in the plan. Next slide. I see mention of indoor child space and common amenity rooms. However, children need to run and roll around on grass. Exposure to green outdoor environments has been shown to reduce the risk of developing autism. Next slide. As per Oscar Newman's defensible space, residents need to feel that outdoor space is theirs in order to use it. Parents with small, spontaneous, unpredictable children need defined outdoor play space so they can keep track of their children. Regarding quality of green space for the social housing buildings A and E, their outdoor space is beside loading zones and lanes. So slide 8, parcel A, loading zone to the south and laneway to the east. Next slide, parcel E, parking access to the south and laneway to the west. Next slide. There is potential loss of 4 to 8 family-sized units on ground floors of the social housing buildings for conversion into daycare space. The available outdoor green space for these potential daycares is limited. Slide 11 and then 12. Market rentals have larger areas of semi-private green space than social housing. Next slide. The Central Treat public park space is easy to lose small children in and will have a lot of exposure to non-residents from heavy densification of the surrounding area. Next slide. In particular, densification to the south of the Heatherlands. Next slide. Daycare. The daycare in the northern part of the development is on the 4th floor, and the outdoor play space is on the same level. Next slide. The outdoor area below does not look like a play space for small children. Final slide. Concluding remarks. 1, composition of density. There needs to be more housing for families with more than one child, especially in an area rich with schools and active green space. 2, small children need easy to access, safe, well-defined green play space close to home. And 3, social housing deserves equitably sized green space of its own. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your time and thoughts. There are no questions for you at this point, so I'll just thank you and move on to the next speaker. We have Maureen Sharon, speaker number 6.
Good evening. Now, I'm not one that is nervous to speak, but this is a very, very sensitive project. Overall, and I just heard the first of it tonight, I'm quite impressed with the ability to provide real affordable housing. That part is absolutely incredible to me. And I'm 100% in favor of a site that can deliver housing without displacing one existing tenant or homeowner. So I think the project gets stars for this. My comments are around the Fairmont building, and I know that I'm speaking to council, but I really am addressing my remarks to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. All throughout history, and especially here, mankind has been so horrible to other people, going into an area and taking away and destroying everything that was there before. Alexander the Great did it. I learned this afternoon it was Julius Caesar that went and destroyed the library at Alexandria because, I don't know, it wasn't his. In this century, we have Adolf Hitler doing this, and we have Putin doing this today. And it's the worst side of humanity. And I can't say that I appreciate the pain that you've been through because I really would have no idea. And we did horrible things like, we're going to build a road in Stanley Park right here, so I guess your house is going. I can't imagine somebody who made that decision. What a horrible decision, and the pain that we've put you through. But I really hope that you can demonstrate for us over the development of this project the better side of humanity, that is respect from your side to us, and that is an important building to us. And I know there are not good feelings and remembrances of it, but it to me it would be the most wonderful thing if you could find a way to leave it there and make it into something that demonstrates to everybody that treating other people and coming together in compromise is possible. It just make me so happy to see that, once you've got your land back, that the result is different than all these other examples that I brought forward. And I know that's probably not easy, but it to me would be such a tremendous outcome. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks, Maureen. It's a very tough subject matter and one that I've been thinking about a lot as well. I was looking at other World Heritage sites. You brought up the current situation with Putin, but one of the ones that's protected is Auschwitz. And it sounded kind of counterintuitive, but the idea in retaining it was that it showed the strength of the human experience. With appalling conditions and adversity, resisted the effects of German Nazi regime. So I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, and I think you articulated it quite well, but you're kind of saying two wrongs don't make a right. Man's inhumanity to man is one consistent thing that about our species. Isn't there some way that we can rise above this in a different way? I can see that I can understand both sides, but you're the first person to really address this. Question?
We of all colors and races have not been nice to people. And I guess I would appeal, the other thing that somebody pointed out to me today is that building is made of the beautiful cedar and Douglas fir from the MST territories. And it would be so nice to be able to preserve that and for them to come up with a use for that building that has us both walking hand in hand forward.
Mayor, as point of procedure, is there a question as opposed to a conversation happening?
I'm just listening to the response here, so.
Well, I was listening to the response too, and thank you very much, Marie.
You're right about Auschwitz. It's let's find a way to walk hand in hand together forward. That would be just a dream of mine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Next, we're going to move on to Nathan Davidovich.
Mr. Mayor, do you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Will continue the vision way of planning in the city of Vancouver. It's a bad way of rezoning large parcels of land instead of rezoning meetings for each building. Vision has done that for many big projects in the city, like River District, Pearson Hospital, and Oak Ridge. This is usually not done in other BC cities. For example, the 50-acre Lansdowne Mall redevelopment has been approved, but individual buildings will still come back for approval by Richmond Council, like regular rezoning. Instead of having up to towers up to 28 stories, we could have had a way better way between Oak and Canby. 8 years ago, the planning department should have told S&T, buy as many single-family homes between Oak and Canby, and instead of 21 acres, you'll have 71 acres, and you will have much better village for the First Nation development. But the planning department didn't do that. Instead of that, they messed up the Canby corridor plan with number 1, number 2, number 3, and it's all bad. And that's the problem we have. We could have had so much better development if the planning department would do the right thing. But they don't even know what's happening in other cities. They're giving you the wrong information. It doesn't matter that the previous council, whatever they approved in 2016, 18, and so forth. What happened in the 2018 elections? In many city councils, many mayors and councillors went down to defeat. And the new councils, they have changed the policies of the old council. And in one case that I know of, in White Rock, the developer went to court, but he lost, which means council is superior. Existing council can do whatever they want. It does not matter what previous council policies are. So, if the planning department doesn't know that, then there's something wrong there. Do they know anything about Bill 16? No. There's nothing in the report about Bill 16 constructing more affordable rental housing. So we have lots of problems here when misinformation is being given out. And it's all started with vision, and they are the ones at fault. And this whole Canby corridor plan is bad, and you could still make adjustments and changes to the plan, but you refuse to do it. So I presume you'll be labeled as Vision 2.0, and we'll see what happens after the election. But there is just I mean, I support many of the comments of the previous speakers about traffic and transportation, closing Heather Street without a proper public process. You know, even in the city of Toronto, the city council has to approve any changes to the current streets. And here we are, you gave all the power, or Vision gave all the power to the staff to change, to do whatever they wish. No other city council in BC has done
Just
that.
20 seconds left.
Yeah. So, you know, so that's why I'm opposed to the plan. I'm not opposed to having a big, huge village there, but I'm opposed to the Cambie corridor plan. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. There are no questions for you. So staff, I'm going to make my first call for speakers then. Is there anybody in chambers or on the line that would like to speak to this item?
Hello?
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes, and could you just let us know your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
Okay. So, good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councillor. Good evening, First Nation representative. So, my name is Sonia Sultana. I'm mother of 2 kids, Ramandeep and Harnoor. I'm class representative in Rose Devon School. I'm very grateful to be part of this public hearing. It's my first one in Canada. So I came physically in the city hall with my husband and our kids, but I'm very happy to share with you on the phone. So I call you first. I call you to thank you, to give a chance for the French daycare, L'Île aux Enfants, the school Rose Devon, and the high school Jules Verne to be part of this unique project, to encourage diversity for the future of our kids, and to be all together. So we are in Canada since 2 years. And I was deeply concerned by the signature of my daughter's school, my teacher daughter's school, Madame Louise, if I can say her name. So, and all my daughter's teacher afterwards. So if I can, I will read it in French and I will translate it for you. So, dans un esprit de réconciliation, nous sommes reconnaissants à l'égard des nations Squamish, Selil Wituth, so it's Selei Wituth, Musqueam, de nous accueillir sur leurs territoires traditionnels ancestraux. So, to translate, in the spirit of reconciliation, we are grateful to the Squamish, Selei Wituth, and Musqueam nations for welcoming us to their ancestral traditional territories. So the first time I read this signature, it was in March 2020. So it made me making research because I was very far for this, for the history and for the Canadian history. And today I understand. Maybe it answered because I have a French parent. He spoke just before me, and one person asked him a question. So I hope I try to just show that that's the First Nation history. It's concerned for sure for all the Canadians. I'm resident permanent, so I think it's concerned for all the Canadians, for all people welcome in Canada as resident permanent, as a student. And I saw it, for example, in Langara. And really, I can just be proud about this country and to be on this country. Because when I see, for example, Langara on the same time, I see it writing on the First Nation language. So it's just what I want to say, and I hope we can go together for a better future. So thank you very much to listen to me, and I hope I will be in others.
Thank you.
in other opportunities. Thank you to be with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mercy. You don't have any questions, so I'll just thank you for
No.
calling in this
No.
evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
I'd like to move to extend beyond 10 o'clock to complete this item.
Oh, we have a second from, I thought I heard a second. Councillor Kirby-Young. We'll try a verbal vote first. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Great. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Clerks, I'm going to make a second call now for speakers. Is there anybody else on the line or in the chambers?
There's no other speakers on the line and no other speakers in the chamber.
Okay, Council. So again, we will give 5 minutes for any speakers that want to call in or might be here or elsewhere in the building. The number is 1-833-353-8610, code 106-1445 #. It is 9:50. We'll come back at 9:55 to complete this item. Clerks have informed me that we have another caller. Caller, could you let us know your name, first and last name, and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, my name is Rhoda Miller, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Thanks so much. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I represent a congregation at 37th and Bailey Street of Oak Ridge Adventist Church, and I just wanted to say that we gladly support the empowerment of the MST nations to reclaim, redeem, and repurpose the Heatherland site, including the removal of the Fairmont building, if that is their wish. On behalf of my congregation, Oak Ridge Adventist Church, we look forward to welcoming our new neighbors and being of service to our growing community. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. There are no questions for you at this point, so I'm just going to ask the clerks, is there anybody else on the line? There is. Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Could you let us know your name and whether or not you're a resident of Vancouver?
Thank you. It's Kim. Yes, I am. I'm a resident of Vancouver in Musqueam, actually.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Kim Guerin calling. I'm calling to speak in support of our application to Heatherland. And I work with Charlene in lands, and I'd like to commend the First Nations staff, the city staff, and council for their support in our project. Our people are really looking forward to these opportunities, and the growth that we'll see is going to be amazing. Hi, Sapka. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your call. There are no questions for you, so I am going to check with the clerks now if there's any other speakers.
There are no further callers on the line and no one in the chamber to speak.
Okay, thanks so much. So seeing there are no additional speakers, the speakers list is now closed. And as we've received no public comments after 5 p.m., we'll close the receipt of the public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions to staff, and making a decision. So I'll ask the applicant, do you have any closing comments? Nope. Okay, I've got the no sign, so no closing comments from the applicant. Does staff have any closing comments? No closing comments from staff. So this council now, you feel free to ask questions to staff at this phase. Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just have a quick follow-up question, and it comes from the initial conversation at the beginning of the presentation and also the speakers, and it's related to schools. So I think this is going to come up, and because the Oak Ridge Municipal Town Center was raised, as well as the Oak Ridge Transit Center and the JCC, I just wonder if staff could give council some additional information in terms of what that broader planning process looks like, noting that the elementary school is 113% at capacity now. Also recognizing that the high school, Eric Camber, does have planned space in 2029. But just to give us some sense of the broader planning around the schools in the community and if we expect to see a new school.
I don't have that information for you tonight, Counselor, but we can go back and work with VSB and do some planning around the schools, particularly in this area, because we know there's going to be an influx of students. So we can report back to you with by memo in a couple of weeks if you'd like us to do that.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. One thing
happy to do that.
To note is the number of family or geared to family type units and what, based on our census data, what would be the number of children we would expect in those types of large scale developments and those planning efforts. And just to sort of drill down a little bit more, so we're not just simply asking the question, but we're actually able to figure out where is that formula, because we have an opportunity to work with the provincial partners and things like that and Vancouver School Board to make sure that that capacity is there. So just to drill even further in terms of what's that formula, what's that expectation. So that would be helpful.
Yes, we will follow up.
Great. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes for questions to staff.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, if you could describe the timeline for deconstruction of the former Langara Boys School Fairmont Academy.
Sure, I can have Kirsten.
If we're looking at, you know, from now, and we've heard this is going to take place over 15 years, what's the timeline with respect to removal, please?
The project, as you know, is phased. It's anticipated that we'll start in the southeast corner and move our way up the site. It's also important to know that the phasing isn't necessarily sequential. It can happen in parallel, and the amenities are being delivered. They're paired up with strata density. It is expected that the Cultural Center and the Fairmont are in the last phase of development currently. So it could be 10 to 15 years before the building needs to be demolished in order to make way for the Cultural Center.
So there still may be enough time, given that consideration, to find another location. And similarly, based on that, it was described as we were looking at things that were only, you know, a mile or kilometer or two, a kilometer and a half from the location. What if there was something that was further afield?
It all comes down to costing, really, and who's going to pay those costs. The staff has done a pretty extensive search to find someone who's willing to take the school, the old Fairmont building, but we've ended up empty-handed. As Kirsten said, it's $47 million to move and restore that school. That's a pretty hefty price tag.
Well, it's interesting. I just contrasted the Hastings Mill store, which was moved by barge and cost $10,000 to move it from Hastings Mill to Point Grey. But they didn't think anyone would take it either. So the reason I'm asking the question is to determine if there may be still some opportunities.
It'll be, the decision will be dependent on the DP, but it is my recommendation that we go ahead and plan for demolition of that building.
Well, hope springs eternal. Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes, please.
Sorry, I was muted. I wanted to ask staff if there was any opportunity here for participation for the applicants in the short program or in expedited processes. We know that that can help to deepen affordability to an even higher level. And I'm just wondering if for the social housing component, at the very least, if, you know, the social housing or rental tenure program that offers expedited sort of rezonings and DPs, you know, as we go through this piece by piece, if that would be something that would be on the table.
Sure, absolutely. Yes.
Great. That was one of the only questions I had. The other question I have, and it's one I'll ask again of staff, is there anything right now within our policy? I know there are there are childcare guidelines. Do those childcare guidelines at all preclude applicants from coming forward with a 24-hour model of childcare?
No, they do not.
So if applicants came forward and said, we've met your guidelines, but we've also provided a space for children to sleep and we've thought this model properly through, staff would accept that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's wonderful. There were more technical questions that I had, and I'll leave it there and put myself back on for debate and decision when the mayor calls for that. Thank you.
Councillor Kerr, up to 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Great, thank you. I just have one question, and that has to do with the community. I'm looking at the public benefit strategy, or summary rather, and I'm looking at the fact that this, beyond everything else it's adding in terms of housing and other public amenities, has got a cash community amenity contribution of 13 million. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Has there been any discussion of the allocation of that within the local area plan?
Oh, that will, Kristen tells me that will be for the 35th Avenue connection.
So it'll be transportation?
Yes.
Okay. It's a lot of needs in the Campy area. Okay. I'm not interested in rejuggling myself on the list. I'd love to move this, but somebody else is rejuggled.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Thanks, Mayor. Just I had a couple more questions I wasn't able to get to earlier. One was with respect to, and maybe this is too far ahead, but is there any planning for fully accessible units in terms of the
5%. 5% of the units will be fully accessible.
Thank you. And then my other question was around whether there is an opportunity or would be considered is to prioritize wood in the building, particularly including hybrid mass timber.
It is, Kirsten's giving me hand signals over here. Yes, there's nothing that would preclude that.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's it. I'll leave I had a lot of questions earlier, so thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I was going to ask the question about wood, and I was also happy to move the motion, but I see other councillors coming back for questions, so I'll put myself to the bottom to do that.
Councillor Carr.
Oh, I don't know why I got on the
Questions?
list. I'm sorry. No, I was gonna move, but I'm fine.
Anybody can move anytime.
I don't want to compete.
Go ahead. No? Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
I'm happy to move the recommendations instead of sitting around all night. Happy to do that and move this forward. It's been a long evening.
We have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We're over to the main queue. If anybody would like to address this, please go ahead. Seem to be battling here. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes for debate.
I actually have submitted a very small amendment through the clerk.
Okay.
And that is that we add to H, H being that if the clerk can get it up there, that subject to the approval and principle of rezoning, council endorse removal of the Vancouver Heritage Register A category Fairmont building from the site to allow for development of the cultural center and plaza. That further, this is not to be taken as a precedent contradicting the city's heritage policies and guidelines.
Okay, that amendment is up.
Not the red part after it. Yeah. The red part, if you look at the amendment, I just put in red, that's the actual, that's not there, that's the amendment.
We have a seconder. Councillor Dejanova is seconded. Do we have, you want to discuss this? Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
I just wanted to ask a point of information through you to staff if possible, Mayor.
Sure can.
I'm just wondering if staff would already see this. You know, I heard questions answered before. Forgive me if I'm asking them again, but would this or could this set a precedent? I'm wondering, because if we add this amendment, it could be redundant. It might not be redundant. I'm trying to figure that out. So is this something that staff would welcome as an addition? So it's very clear direction from council, or is this already the case?
Thank you, Counselor. In terms of this sets a legal precedent, I would defer to our colleagues in the law department. I would not take it as a legal precedent, if I would take it as your director of planning as a planning precedent for future reconciliation work, I might certainly do that. Yes.
Councillor
Okay.
Dejanova?
Well, can I wait for an answer from law, Mayor? Are they on the line?
Yes, it's Grant Murray. I'm on the line. This wouldn't be binding on anybody in the future, so I don't think that it would be regarded as a precedent in the same manner that a legal decision is by a court, where it binds somebody in some manner. This, it's being clearly stated that it's not to be considered as a precedent. I don't see why why it would be considered as a precedent, bearing that in times. And in any event, council is always free to make up its mind on any of these matters and is not bound by the policy in any manner. It could disregard all policy, even if, or it can override any policy it wants to. The policies don't bind it. ODPs bind it. Bylaws would have to be amended.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's all from me, Mayor.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes for debate on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. I simply had through you a point of information to Councillor Hardwick is just for her to clarify the intent of the proposed amendment. I'm not entirely clear at this time.
Yeah, the big concern that I have is that this set a precedent. We see precedents set all the time, so they clearly happen. We have policies that I read out earlier that were passed by this council that very specifically say that the site, it must be preserved. So we are contravening already our policies that this council has voted on the basis, the argument that was made earlier by the Director of Planning was that the prior council had voted to do this with this particular building on this particular site, notwithstanding the fact that we in this council had adopted the Heritage Action Plan, which said that it must be preserved. So my concern is that this not act as a precedent. I don't want to see a domino effect of heritage buildings. This is Heritage A. This is a McClure building. This is not an insignificant building. And that people are going to turn around and point to it and say, well, we did that with the, you know, this one, we're going to do it again. And I think I would have, you know, this is not my first choice, but at least this way we can make a statement that we don't want to see this become a matter of practice, and that's really the intent.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies things for me.
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I appreciate that clarification, but won't be supporting this. I heard pretty clearly from staff that there wasn't a legal concern about this precedent, but more so actually, I hope that the precedent that this sets is that the city's understanding of heritage much better reflects the nations whose land this city sits on, and that we are setting a precedent in terms of listening to the nations about what they'd like to see on that land.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I appreciate Councillor Hardwick's intent on this. I thought that the language was a little ambiguous, though, when it describes just further this. What is this? Because there's a bunch of stuff in there. So I hate to do it, but submitted an amendment to the amendment, which just clarifies that further that this endorsement to remove, or this endorsed removal, I wouldn't want this amendment otherwise to be mischaracterized as the site development.
Accepted enthusiastically. It's getting late.
Point of procedure, Mayor?
Happy to.
Waiting to see the,
Yeah.
apparently there's an amendment to the amendment.
Second.
Yep, haven't seen it yet. Councillor Dejanova.
I seconded it. It was circulated, Mayor.
Yep, I'm just waiting for this to come up on screen by the clerks. Okay, so it's the this endorsed removal is the you're adding endorsed removal, Councillor Fry?
Because it says endorse removal.
Yep, you're adding endorsed removal?
Correct.
Okay. And Councillor Dejanova has seconded this, so we're now on the amendment to the amendment queue. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to speak briefly and succinctly, given the late hour, but I'm actually quite distressed by the whole conversation because I feel that we have been spending an inordinate amount of time with respect to this one heritage building, as opposed to focusing on the merits of a pretty momentous application and opportunity to lift up the nations. And yet we are debating nuance of a couple of words and precedent, when I heard quite clearly from the Director of Planning that there was a policy process and statement for this particular site, and then separately from that, our ongoing heritage policies apply, full stop. And I actually think we should be focusing our energy on the merits of the application and the totality of the enormity of the application that is before us, as opposed to debating the nuance of this specific piece. And I think it's actually doing a disservice to but I'll use the word again because it's difficult to find one that is more appropriate, of the significance of the conversation that we're having tonight. So to be honest, I'm really struggling with this whole process. And the last thing I'll say with respect to heritage, this is actually causing us to all think differently about what heritage is, and it means different things to different people. But I see a lot of hanging on to something that has done a lot of harm to a lot of people, and perhaps we should just be informed by that more globally than getting into debating an amendment and an amendment to the amendment. Those are my comments.
Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I will not be supporting the amendment to the amendment, nor the amendment, so I won't need to speak again. The reason I'm not going to support them largely aligns with the comments just made by Councillor Kirby-Young. We are just beginning on the path of reconciliation. And my worry is that the words endorsed removal may prohibit us from being in a situation where one of the host First Nations comes to us on another project, which is extremely important to them as well, very significant. And this would prohibit us from making the same kind of decision right now that I would like to see made, which is that we are going to proceed in line with the recommendations from staff, which arise out of the requests of the First Nations. So I don't want to be put in that position in the future. So I will not be supporting, as I say, language that would prohibit us from, in the future, making the same kind of endorsed recommendation arising out of staff and First Nations on some heritage building within the landscape of Vancouver.
Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks. I will try and be succinct considering the time, but I will support this. I view this differently than my colleagues. I see it as it won't set a precedent. We didn't say in this amendment or the amendment that we would never consider another request or endorse another removal when it comes forward from the First Nations. But some of the very council members who have just spoken against this have also put forward motions to preserve heritage, including and character in neighborhoods like local corner stores and grocery stores. And I think that it's very specific to heritage in a general manner, and that's how I see it. But again, I don't see this setting a precedent either way. I don't see it setting a precedent for not having something else come forward that's extraordinary. And that's what we're seeing here. And I think we can see that again. And that's what I've heard from staff. But again, it wouldn't set a precedence and open it up for every heritage or every heritage property on the registry that was listed in the A category. So that's how I see it, and I will be supporting this. Actually, Councillor Fry's amendment gives me even more comfort. So I hope my colleagues will support this and see that this goes beyond this public hearing, and this is about the work that we as a council have talked about heritage. Often I struggle with that because I like to see more housing and affordability in our city. And speaking, as someone who has a young family living in the city, I see the importance of that, but I also think that we need to make sure that we're not losing the plot here. This is about heritage in general. And we've already heard from our staff that if MST was to come forward with something else, that they would consider that separate to this. It wouldn't set a precedent anyways, but we have to consider all of the heritage in our city. So I will be supporting this, and if this passes the original amendment, thank you.
Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, I just want to respond to some of this. We've just heard from the Director of Planning that the precedent from the report on this that was approved by the prior council is taking precedent over the Heritage Action Plan that this council approved that says we must not do this. So, it's already happening. And my objective here is not to single out First Nations developments. I'm just concerned about the erosion of what we have in our remaining Heritage A stock, not just any random heritage building. We're talking about a Heritage A here. So I'm surprised that this is taking up so much time. I thought it would have been a no-brainer just yes, everybody's enthusiastic about this project, and I was trying to find a way to be able to be fully enthusiastic by future-proofing my fears about what we're doing with Heritage A registered buildings. So I'm sorry that it's taking up so much time, especially at this time of night. I thought it was a relatively benign and thoughtful amendment.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I won't be voting for either the amendment to the amendment or the amendment. Heritage is more than buildings. Here we have actually, relatively speaking, a little speck of land, the Heatherlands, a little speck of stolen land that's being taken back by the host nations. And that's a form of heritage. And they want to replace an RCMP building with an Indigenous Cultural Center, and that's heritage. And I think we need to be clear about whose heritage we're prioritizing. And I want to prioritize Indigenous heritage.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have 3 minutes left.
Well, hopefully I won't use all of them, but again, I'm afraid that some council members are losing the plot here. I think that this should be special. I think that it should be extraordinary for all of the reasons Councillor Swanson just mentioned. And I think that we should do that again. If the MST comes to us with a developer partner and that's what they want, that they've taken back their land and they want to prioritize it. But there are some properties, council, in the city of Vancouver that are on the Heritage Registry that aren't owned by MST. And if they were, MST could come to us and talk to us about those, and I wouldn't see this being something that precluded that. What we're affirming here is that this doesn't set a precedent and open things up. And Councillor Carr and I will remember, because Councillor Carr and I sat through the last council where we had people come and show us pictures and say, I don't understand why my building is on a heritage registry. Look at it. It doesn't look architecturally meritorious, because they instead wanted to build something completely different with more FSR. You know, I'm talking kind of like the 20,000 square foot mansions maybe that council talks about in you know, the west side of Vancouver. So I will be supporting this for those reasons, because I do think this should be special and it should be extraordinary, and that we should through the being a city of reconciliation, we should be working with MST at a different level than some of the other applicants who would come to us trying to perhaps, if this didn't pass, you know, abolish their properties existence on the Heritage Registry. So for that reason, I will be supportive of the amendment, and probably the amendment. And I'd urge council to think about it in that light. Thank you.
I call the vote now on the amendment to the amendment. Councillor, yep, there we go. So that fails. Councillors Kirby, Young, Bly, Dominato, Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Carr, and myself in opposition. Back to the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, anything else?
No.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Are we on the amendment?
amendment.
Oh, no, yeah, no, just against.
Okay, Councillor Carr on the amendment.
Oh, spoken to it.
Okay, I'll call a vote in the amendment then. And that fails with Councillors Kirby, Young, Bly, Dominato, Boyle, Weeb, Swanson, Fry, Carr, and myself in opposition. Thank you. Back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick, you have 4 minutes left.
So these are final remarks then?
They are.
Yeah. So in all, I am supportive of this proposed development. It is, I think, just moving in the exact right direction that I think reconciliation was intended to be. And I see so many positives from it, and I really want you all to know that. The design work that I saw from dialogue, you know, there are some issues I've heard with with schools, for example. A number of counselors have brought up and speakers brought up that schools and other amenities are concerns. There were concerns around transportation, but by and large, I see this as a huge step forward. And with my compliments, my one reservation had been the treatment of this heritage property. It has historical significance that predates it becoming an RCMP station. And as the representative on the Heritage Commission of this council, I would be remiss if I did not draw attention to that. I understand the desire to make things go away that have negative feelings associated with them. But I remain hopeful that there may be a way to resuscitate it in some way. I don't know. It's getting late, and I'll just leave my remarks there. But generally in support, and I am hopeful that somehow, some way, something can be done with this building. Thank you.
Councillor Weep?
Yeah, put my hands up to everyone that's worked on this. I really like the cultural liaison work, and I think that's something that we can embed in any project moving forward. I think what's happening here today is going to change planning in Vancouver. I think we're seeing ways of doing things differently. I love the rezoning design directives of welcoming to all. We're taught to know where we come from. Everything's connected. Being in touch with light, weather, seasons, and land. It just grounds us in how we can do planning. We have some really big plans coming forward. So I commend staff for the amount of work of changing the way we've done planning to bring this report forward with the nations. I think this is going to be a game changer moving forward. So I'm very supportive. I love to see the element of water reflected. I'll continue to challenge us as staff to find ways to incorporate that water through the building in an integrated way. I think connecting us to land and waters is so important, and this being a ridgeway and a peak of Vancouver, it is a critical element in connecting us and grounding us. And so thank you so much for this report, and I'm very supportive.
Councillor Fry?
I see that there's a whole bunch of people on the list here, so I am going to try and keep it brief. What an exciting project. I'm like really blown away. I haven't been this excited about a project that we've seen at this chamber since I've been elected. It's absolutely stunning. It's actually the kind of place I was like, I could see me and the wife kind of moving to a place like that and loving it, right? And the use of open space and just the kind of, it's just a beautiful design. So I cannot get past the level of affordability that is being achieved here. That is precedent setting. Again, it's something Dan Garrison, our housing guy, when he came on the line, I think we're all pretty blown away by what's being accomplished with this project as far as affordability. It's a game changer. It's turning everything on its head, and it's a beautiful design. So thank you to our staff who have been diligently working on this and making it all and thank you to Dialogue for a stunning design treatment that is reflective of, I think, so much of this sort of aspirationally in a physical manifestation. And thank you to the MST and to all the work you've done to bring this together and bring it to these lands that were stolen from you, and that you are bringing this incredible gift, I believe, of a fantastic development and showing us how it can be done and leading the way. This is a really, really great moment for this council and just to be a part of it. So you're doing a great thing for the city, and it's fantastic. So on that, I'm going to pass the mic to the mayor.
Thanks. As chair, I'm not allowed to enter debate, so I'd like to ask Councillor Bly. I think, are you the deputy mayor at the moment? Oh, Councillor Carr, would you mind taking the chair while I have some concluding remarks? Thank you so much.
Mayor?
Thank you. I would like to thank the applicants for a wonderful proposal. I do think in so many ways this does the right thing for the city. You're thinking about your communities moving forward, but you're also thinking about our community as a whole, that you're providing so much workforce housing in such a beautiful location that will be around for generations. I think that's such a great contribution, and I'm very proud to say I'll be supporting this. I would, however, also like to offer an apology for this evening. I think that some of the questions and comments were hurtful, and I'm embarrassed by them. So I do want to say on behalf of, as president of the council, just I apologize for that. And I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your voice, even though some of that was very difficult. So again, thank you so much. And Chair, I'll take it back now. That's okay. Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
I love the word reconciliation. It's a great word. This is the first project that is taking Indigenous values and ways of being and putting it into action. So for me, that's probably the most marvelous part of this, because it is setting an incredibly wonderful precedent for how these kinds of projects can unfold within Vancouver. I loved Appendix L. Appendix L is really, really long, and it's the vision for this project. And I have to tell you that when I read it this past weekend, I actually got tears in my eyes with the joy of what it presented. It was a pretty. I've never read anything like that in a rezoning application that just spelled out the actual principles and values and vision of how this development will occur. So there's I can't think of anything that I didn't like, but I'm going to emphasize some things that not that many people have been talking about so far. I loved, of course, that north-south forest trail and keeping the old growth trees and the parks and the replanting, the rewilding, the bird and bee friendly elements in the landscape, that real connection to nature. I love the focus on food sharing. The gardens within the culture center, the tables outside that would be used for people hosting large dinners together. I love of course, the housing. I mean, I've never seen, as high a level other than that still is got market in it, but is delivering the real affordable housing we need for the workforce of this city. And the response to the climate emergency. Some of the things that were detailed and then nobody's talked about, but it's not just the pollinator corridors and the local plants, but the orientation of buildings for passive heating and cooling, the use of mass timber, green roofs, rainwater management, the water features, zero waste, on-site organic management, multi-stream waste collection, building material exchanges, zero waste information kiosks for people, communal sharing of resources, on-site food composting, and cycling facilities, including how to repair or places where you can repair your bike. I mean, what more could you have thought of? Probably nothing. It was all in there. So thank you. Thank you to all of you involved in this project. Thank you to staff for working together with this applicant towards this incredibly fine product.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wanted to thank MST for a great presentation and for all the years of work that you put into coming to this point, and for getting more affordability than the private sector. Yay. I hope you can get lots of money from the feds in the province so you can get even more affordability. And I hope you can make some profit to put back into your communities. And you deserve it all. And thanks for a great project, and I hope we can do more.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to say that I'm honored and I'm grateful to be here together tonight in this chamber, and I appreciate everybody coming in person. It's been a while since we've been able to have these moments for obvious reasons. So it's particularly special, I think, that we get to be here together in person, given what's happened in our world. And I'm also incredibly honored to be able to vote on and support this. I am, I'll be honest, a bit sad and sorry for some of the dialogue and causing any perhaps unintended but hurt or distress around that. And I acknowledge that. So I wanted to say that and recognize it. But I also hope that this is transformative. And I hope that it really demonstrates to so many people what is possible, because this is precedent setting. I think that's a good use of the word precedent, is that I think this is an opportunity to demonstrate to people what something can look like and for other opportunities to come forward. And I think that that is a very good thing. So I think that's the type of precedent that we should focus on. And I look forward to seeing some of those. So I will keep it brief and just say that we felt the spirit of your presentation tonight very much. I'm very grateful to be able to, as I said, feel that personally here. And I think that you have a fantastic project. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I just want to echo all of that. It's been incredible to hear the work of this project over many years, and to get to be here and vote on it, and to see your presence and leadership made more visible in these chambers and on this land of yours in all of these ways. Such an honor. So thanks for your work.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll be brief. I'm not as articulate as this time of night. I'm pretty exhausted, but I want to acknowledge a couple of things. Thank you to the staff and the applicants for all of the work. This started many years ago, and I know there's many years to go in terms of the journey forward. I think there has been an important conversation this evening that far transcends the conversations we often have here when we're talking about developments. And I know I had lots of technical questions, but one of the things that really stood out, Dennis, you had flagged a couple of slides, and one of them was the rezoning design directives. You talked about things coming in fours and the welcoming to all, everything is connected. And while it's framed as rezoning design directives, what I took away from that were the underpinnings of values and what's really important to community and to the Indigenous communities. And that, so when I say that there's far more to talking about, we're not talking just about buildings or community centers or cultural spaces. There is a much bigger conversation, I think, taking place this evening, and that's what I'm taking away from everything that you have shared this evening with us in terms of the importance. And there was the other slide where it talked about the drumbeat, the heart, the spirit of this place is alive, and the meeting point, which is the connections, community, bringing people together. But I do think it is a fantastic project, and there is an enormous amount of benefit that will come from it. And I love the planning around not the cultural space, but also the green space and the connection to nature, and how important that is, particularly in our urban centers, and how important that will be to young people and families. But just to say that I'm obviously supportive, but I recognize a lot of work went into this, and there's a long way ahead. And I know we will continue to paddle together. And thank you for all of your efforts and for speaking your truths this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. I also want to make some space and just take a moment of my time to apologize to the applicants, to the representatives from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh for any of the conversation here tonight. I tried to be very respectful, but I did hear things that made me uncomfortable, and I also heard hurt, and I heard you speaking from your hearts and speaking about the trauma that you and your families and the generations of your people have had to experience because of not only the fact that your land was stolen, but what happened to your people. And I'm sorry, if I talk more about it, I probably will tear up. I want to get through my other comments because I really want to thank you for what you brought here. I think we can talk about reconciliation. Um, or we can show action in reconciliation. And voting for this project is showing action in reconciliation. And I've said that, and I'm honored to be a member of the UNDRIP task force, but also I don't think it's talking about it. I think that it's walking our talk and doing this together. And I really appreciate, I mean, there's so many things I can say. I don't want to just repeat what my colleagues have said. I've tried to cross that off my list. But Dennis, you talked about sort of intergenerational living at a preschool. I really appreciated the thoughtfulness of workforce housing and affordable homeownership, also with rental and social housing. I really think that this can be a project where um, we can talk about how we've become a city of reconciliation, how we continue to work through that. But this application can really show us how we can move forward in this way with reconciliation. And I also want to thank our staff for that, for showing us and pushing us to think differently and, to consider what's more important. And in this case, I do believe it's most important to consider the application from MST and Canada Lands over, uh, you know, retaining a building that brings trauma and pain and that stands for something that the MST have decided can't be a part of this moving forward. So I want to make space and note that, but I also want to say that we've talked a lot about intergenerational housing and models of preserving that in different cultures. And you're doing that. And I really appreciate that. You're doing that and you're doing it. And we can call it certain names. We can have buzzwords for it like workforce housing. We can talk about it being family housing. And I apologize for not being able to be in the chambers for all of this. I had to come home to my 4-year-old daughter and relieve the babysitter. I wish I was still there with all of you. But I have to tell you, I also, in my 2 terms in council, haven't felt so moved by an application coming forward. And it also, as I read through this, I realized the depth and the importance of this work. And I appreciate our staff and the work that they've put into this, Canada Lands Corporation, the work you've put into this, and especially last but not least, the most important is MST. Thank you for coming and sharing with us your welcoming, your story, the reasons that you've decided to do this the way you have. And I look forward to the next steps. And I know we will hear more about this and have more public hearings as this moves forward. And we'll talk about this more as a council, but thank you for pushing us to see what we could do together as a city of reconciliation. And I'm looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we move forward on that. And I'll leave it there, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for speakers, so I'll call the vote on this. Councillor Tishanova?
I'm trying to get my panel up, Mayor. I'm sorry. If not, I'll ask for a point of privilege. I've got it up right now. There we go.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you so much.
Second.
Hey. Seconder. Thanks. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed? None. Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Thank you so much to everybody for attending this evening.